PTQ bowlers, your warm-up time is over. Please make no more deliveries. Hold up on your warm-up. Thank you. All right, bowlers, when you have a full set of pins and your scoring monitors come on, you may begin your competition. Good luck, players.
Hey, thanks. Start with the purple, right? All right.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to you live from Mooresville, North Carolina, the site of the 2019 US Open. Here on Bowl TV and simulcasted to Flow Bowling. So we welcome all viewers from both platforms. Will be with you throughout the week as we begin the day and the tournament officially with the pre-tournament qualifier here at Victory Lanes. My name is Emil Williams Jr. I'll be joined this week by Daniel Farish and also Aaron Smith, Matt Cannizzaro, Jason Thomas in the building as well. We have got a full squad, if you will, and certainly a full squad needed because the most prestigious title is on the line this week. But first and foremost, we've got to add some players to the field, to the roster, and that will take place these 8 games here of the pre-tournament qualifier. We'll start the day here, game number 1, with Michael Davidson, Alfred Wolf III, Alex Cavagnaro, Stephen Hahn. Those respective players on 25 and 26 to your left. On 23 and 24, Charles Bostic, who is up right now. Actually, Charles, one of the, I would say one of the top youth players. See him all the time at USBC or Youth USA Bowling events. Some good finishes at Junior Gold, for example. He is joined by Ernie Bork, Jake Rollins, and Nate Garcia. So as we get going, we'll run it all down for you, keep you up to date. A few places actually you can check things out this week in regards to results, standings. Your main home will be bowl.com/US Open, and that will get you roster info, results, but it'll actually give you a direct link to where the results, the live stream links if you need them. Previous history, the match play schedule once we get to that, but of course a long way to go before we can begin to think about match play. We've got the privilege of having someone who has competed in the U.S. Open, and throughout the week, Daniel Ferris I'll ask him a few things, and I'm sure he will draw on some of his experience competing in this event and have a thorough understanding of what these players will be going through as the competition continues on. Big thanks to Flow Bowling. As I mentioned, they are simulcasting, or we are simulcasting to Flow as well, so everyone can enjoy the U.S. Open this week. Thanks to their staff as well, as we got through some testing and making sure all was well here from Mooresville. Let's say our normal hellos as we get into it here. Well, the chat's off and running, which is a good sign. Chris Pulliam, Jennifer Parisi. Michelle is here. As is Mike Flanagan. John Pearson in the house as well. So thank you all for stopping on by. We do have 6 available channels for viewing. This is our main featured feed, as those of you on Bowl TV come to know. Very similar, obviously, to Flow Bowling as well. This is where our commentary will take place. Tough start there, or I should say tough third frame, but Nate will have to go ahead and shake that off, the former Weber International product. So we're behind lanes 15 through 18, 19 to 22. Of course, our featured lanes right here, 23 to 26, 27 through 30, 31 through 34, and 35 through 38. Just looking around the concourse, and someone mentioned Verity. That was Chris. Indeed, she is making 4 in a row for Verity Crawley. Verity, I believe, one of 2 women bowling here in the PTQ.
Last 9 rounds out.
The other is the 2019 U17 Junior Gold Champion in the girls division, Caroline Thaser. And I really worked hard trying to remember how to pronounce her last name, and I feel like I still messed it up. I'll go through that list one more time. Actually, well, I didn't see Maria. Maria Jose Rodriguez is bowling. We can't forget about the 2018 Tour Champion, PWBA Tour Champion. Oh, she gave us the old sneak in. Right now, the place to be is 27 and 28. There are 4 players: Zach Tackett, Verity Crawley, Alex Martin, and Matt Kuba. And of those 4 players, there has been 1 miss through 4 frames. Again, you can check that on lanes 27 through 30 as Charles Bostic sending some pins, sending some early messengers. Well, it's pretty early to send some messengers, so we could be in for a very good week. Tackett is up, and wow, just like that, talking about sending pins, Zach sends a messenger over to the 10 and doesn't hit it, and he is left with a 7-10 to deal with. Some of the early things I like to kind of pay attention to at the start of an event is generally how the pins tend to react. Meaning, are messengers possible? Are we going to see pins flying throughout? Are 8 pins prevalent? Because I've seen that a lot, especially on the PWBA season. We had a few places that were apt for 8 pins. Will wrap pins be prevalent as well as we go through each day through qualifying a different pattern? And then when we get into match play and finals, there'll be a condition for that as well. By the way, Verity with 5 in a row. Matt Kuba about to step up. He too looking for 5 in a row. Nice shot here in front of us, Jake Rollins. William Patterson product. Well, Daniel Farish, we look to our right and we see some strings. I know you were walking around doing practice, taking a look. What did you see, and are you surprised by anything you see unfolding at this point?
Not really. Kind of watching where the guys have been playing, and the women that are out here. They're all over the place. You know, you mentioned Verity. She's got the front 5 throwing urethane up the gutter. I've seen players crossing as far left as 20 already that are on strings. So this, the assumption of 40-foot patterns has always been it allows players to attack the lanes however they want, a true medium pattern, so to speak, and that's what we're seeing out here today. We're seeing players get in whatever area of the lane they are comfortable in, at least to start, and that's where they're attacking them from. But eventually the field is going to break down one area of the lane or another, and you're going to have to migrate to that area of the lane, or you're going to be forced into an out of bounds that at the beginning of the day might not have been an out of bounds.
Daniel mentioned the lane pattern. It is up, available on bowl.com. Oil pattern. US Open, specifically the PTQ, 40 feet in length and 28.64 milliliters of oil. You'll certainly want to look at the graph always interesting. Being able to see what might be out for these players. And for those of you who are tuning in here again to Bowl TV, we welcome you, obviously, our normal loyal viewers, and also want to say hello to all watching on Flow Bowling as well. We will be simulcasting throughout the week, and so we look forward to getting to know the Flow audience as well. And if you have any questions, there is a chat available on Bowl TV, so you're more than welcome. Feel free to come out, hang out in the chat. The good folks in the Bowl TV chat are very welcoming. So we'll get a chance to look at here Bostic on 24 and Nate Garcia back now on the lane 23. Garcia with a mini stumble in frame 3, now looking to double up here. As Daniel mentioned, players kind of doing what may be comfortable for them. And it looks like Nate throwing, it looks like a piece of urethane equipment, relatively straight. To our left, Mike Machuga. PTQ, Hunter Kempton, current collegiate athlete at Lincoln Memorial University. Michael Davidson here on 25 has had some good success here. Crawley, meanwhile, looking for front 7 and leaves the 4-pin over on 28. Davidson, former All-American at Calumet College of St. Joseph. As Cavaniero crosses over again, this is game 1.
Bostic very thin on that 310.
Hey man, it's early. It's just game 1. Just got to get them down. For some of these players, I'm sure they're used to being in a position like this, and not to say that Charles is not. But I know if it were me, I'd need at least 4 frames to just kind of settle down.
Yeah, I mean, even though this is the PTQ and it's not the main event, as I would call it, it is not the U.S. Open, the blood is still flowing. You know, the energy's there. The anticipation, you've been waiting days, weeks, maybe months for this. So yeah, you've got to make sure you've calmed yourself down as best you can the first couple of shots, and if not, just hey, throw them out the window a couple times, get it out of the way. You've got 8 games to bowl, so if you give away 4 frames early on, giving into the excitement of the moment, I think you can forgive yourself for that. Looking up and down the house, I see Matt Taylor on a string after 2 spares to start down on 17 and 18. But outside of that, I don't see too many strings throughout the house. Of course, the couple to our right, Kuba, Verity, Zach Tackett all came to an end. Kuba converted a 210 in the 6th frame after the front 5. and I wouldn't expect to see a lot of strings on a US Open PTQ oil pattern.
Wolf, his cross is over, but he leaves something makeable. Bostic. A strike in the 7th. Daniel, right now, if you were bowling, where would you be playing?
Ideally, I would be out around between 6 and 8. In fact, I would, as I sit here, I know exactly how I would attack them, but it all depends on your cross and how the field breaks them down, of course. But on paper, and knowing my history on these patterns, I'd be out between 6 and 8, and playing them. I'd have a lot of surface, and I'd be playing them pretty straight. And I would just hope that the heads held up long enough for me to get a couple games out of that area before I had to start migrating too far left.
I'd have to think certainly at least part of that is the same thing that these players are hoping too. From the front part of the lane, from the head situation. Yeah. How long can they stay?
I'll tell you right now, though, that plan in my head sounds great, but everyone that I see, I say everyone, a lot of the players out here that I see throwing urethane are kind of on top of that 4 to 7 range. And as all of our viewers know, and anyone who has listened to bowling commentary throughout the days, months, years, urethane bowling balls chew up the heads and carry down the end of the pattern, so that would only exacerbate and multiply how quickly the heads are going to go away in that area of the lane.
Game 1 has nearly come and gone here. 4 players on a pair of lanes, so there's a couple, I think, with 3, or maybe, yeah, a couple with 3, so it should be relatively quick today. Pretty, there's no such thing as an easy schedule.
Not this week.
But from today, PTQ and a couple Pro-Ams also on the schedule here at Victory Lanes.
And I believe all day tomorrow are practice sessions.
And then the quote-unquote real fun begins. Wow.
Yeah.
They've been barely tipped over for Verity Crawley. She'll be off to, and it goes without saying, a nice start, but if she can finish, I'd say at least 240 here.
Well, she just 248-10'd on the left lane, which is the lane she's going to finish on, so it'll be interesting to see what adjustment she makes there, if she needs to make one or if it was just a bad shot. Again, Verity is just off to our right on lanes 27 and 28. So you can check that out on the lanes 27 through 30 channel at the bottom of your screen.
Every pair will be covered this week, folks. So if there is someone who you are attempting to follow, just go ahead and get your pairing sheet. I'm sure many of you have done this, and you do it every week, no matter which platform you're watching it on. And you'll be able to find your respective player. We're going from 15 through 38. Actually, that's not true today.
Today, no.
When we begin on Thursday, that will be 100% true. There are a few pairs on the low end.
Yeah, today we're using lanes 7 through 38. And looking at my pairings sheets, I believe there's only 2 pair of bowlers that we're not going to see on our featured pair. But of course, everyone else will be covered on one channel or another. And if you have any, like Emil said, check out your lane pairings on bowl.com/US Open. Or if you want to know in the chat, just ask us, and we can look it up pretty quick and let you know what pair they're on in that game or when they are coming up on our featured pairs 23 through 26. Late scout on the 9-pin. Michael Davidson continues the string here in the 10th, looking to get into the 230s. That strike puts him in the 220s. One of the cool things about this lane surface, you can't really see it on video. It'd be difficult unless we had like some kind of massive 4K TV to show you. But you can, if you can get down kind of lane level or bend down a little bit, you can actually see the ball tracks pretty easily on this lane surface. And just after practice, you asked me, what I was seeing, and I saw ball tracks at the arrows between 3 and 24.
Well, it was practice.
I mean, you got to try. I think that I'm sure some of the ones, in around 4th arrow might have been spare shots at a 10-pin or something. But I did see some strike attempts, in around 4th arrow, so. That being said, for a PTQ field, just looking at the names on the roster, this is a very high IQ, a very smart field. You're not going to see a lot of players, amateurs like us, if you will, just hopping all over the lane. You're going to see a lot of guys, a lot of men and women in this field not doing stupid things to the lanes. Couple scores in our area. Kuba with a chance at 267. Verity spared in her 10th frame so she can get into the 230s. Gary Faulkner Jr., previous PBA major winner, can shoot 260 down on 31 and 32. But outside of those two, not a lot of big numbers around us here in Game 1, which is kind of odd because you would expect to see maybe some lower numbers in Game 2 after players get off of the pair they started on, had a chance to break it down, figure out what that pair was doing. So Game 1, you'd expect to see some higher numbers than you might Game 2, so I'm excited to see what we'll see next game. Talking about Kuba's chance at 260. Leaves the 1-2-4-6-10, a super washout, a PBA washout, a 5-count washout, whatever you call it. He left that on a double in the 10th, lost a lot of counts, got 4 on the attempt to go from a possible 267 down to a 230. That being said, I can't imagine a player of his caliber with a scoring pace of this tournament that washout's going to cost him anything. 230 is still a very good game and one of the higher games that we see here in our viewing area. Again, Verity 233 on the same pair. Zach Tack at 202. Alex Martin, this is all 27 and 28. Alex Martin going to shoot 204, so all 4 players on 27 and 28 north of 200. 3 of our 4 here on 25 and 26 are north of 200. But looking down, I do see a couple pairs with no one over 200. A couple pairs I see no one north of 190. Take a look at who we are going to see game 2 on our featured pairs. 23 and 24. Zach Doty, Mike Wolf, Roy Davis, and a Justin Wyman. Zach coming to us from Campbellsville, Kentucky. Mike Wolf, of course, Floyd Knobs, Indiana, the Louisville area. I'm very familiar with Mr. Wolf, 6-time PBA champion. Roy Davis, Lumberton, North Carolina, and a Justin Wyman from Fairport, New York. And on 25 and 26, we are going to see Ben Crines from right here in Mooresville, North Carolina. Matt Ogle from Louisville, Kentucky. Sean Fitzpatrick II from Claremont, New Hampshire. And Nick Christie from Fort Mill, South Carolina. Familiar name on that pair for the viewers and myself. Matt Ogle just recently won his first PBA. I say recently, I think it was last year. His first PBA title, a doubles event with Sean Rash. That was pretty neat for all of us back in Louisville to see Matt have that success. The telecast was it was recorded and it was shown on a Sunday afternoon when a lot of us were in Danville, Kentucky, bowling a doubles sweeper event that they hold monthly in Danville. So during the tournament, we were all huddled around the TV watching as if we didn't know what the outcome was going to be. But still a pretty cool moment for everyone in Louisville. Both Bostic and Jake Rollins here on 23 and 24. A chance to get some pretty good games, pretty big plus games here. Rollins can get up into the 220s. Bostic into the 240s. Slight delay on 23. Looks like something going on in back, but they're working on it, no doubt. Take a look at some first game scores for the players that are coming to our pairs in front of us. All 4 players on 25 and 26 north of 200 the first game. Fitzpatrick 216, Christie 213, Crines 219, and Ogle 233. Maybe the Scoring pace may be a little higher than I expected, Emil. I wasn't expecting to see that. But then I say that just off to our left on 21 and 22, 4 players who were all 180 or lower the first game. So one of those being Maria Jose Rodriguez. 2018 PWBA Tour champion. First look here at a couple players on 25 and 26. Ogle scouts the 9-pin. Nick Christie with a 3.610. Very heavy-handed, high ball speed from Christie on his first shot. Our crowd mic picking up some of the intercom services here at Victory Lanes. Sean Fitzpatrick over on 25 and 26, also known as Ditto. Bowls for Lincoln Memorial University collegiately. Didn't realize that was him until I saw him walk by. I've always known him as Ditto. LMU, a lot of those players, I think LMU is in the Tennessee area. They come up to Louisville and the Kentucky, Southern Indiana area a lot for tournaments. So I see a lot of those kids. I say kids, I'm 33, I guess I'm not too far removed, I would like to think, but see a lot of those guys come up for tournaments in my area. Chris, I have not. I'd perused over the PTQ roster yesterday and somehow completely skipped over MJR. And I saw her today and I was like, hey, look who it is. But she was just coming out of the paddock from the meeting at 8:30 this morning, so I let her get down to her lanes and get ready. Ben Crines did not like that shot off his hand. Great shot there by Jake Rollins after the maybe 10 to 12 minute breakdown on lane 23. Comes up and flushes it, giving himself a chance to get into the 240s. The 220s for Rollins. Bostic, however, his first shot sails a little wide, misses the headpin, so that elongated TV timeout affected Bostic a little more than it had affected Rollins. Rollins a great shot. Great double there by Rollins. That'll put him in the 220s. Bostic now waiting on a deadwood to get cleared over in the right gutter. Good place for the split, 220 for Jake Rollins. Bostic spare strike give him 220 as well. Nate Garcia 3 opens this game, 2 splits, 1 chop spare. Best he can do is 170. And Bostic misses the 1-2. I think Bostic, you may have heard through the crowd mic right there, making a comment about good start, having to wait 15 minutes, maybe showing just a little bit of immaturity at a young age. Let the breakdown affect him in a horribly negative way. Missing the head pin on the first shot and then flagging the spare attempt. Possible 246 down to a 210. That's something he'll learn with age. Age and experience. I know these players at these younger ages have boatloads more experience at levels like this than I had at that age. Quite more opportunity, and frankly, just more talented. Have developed skill sets that we can only dream of back when my generation was, 16, 17, 18. But as good as your physical game can be, that mental game sometimes a little bit behind, and we see that from young Bostic. But 210 out the gate, not a bad start. 7 games left. Nice conversion on the 2-4-10 from Nick Christie. Probably telling himself, great, you can make a 2-4-10, but you can't make a 3-6-10. I know that's a thought that would go through my mind for a minute. Come on, man. Really? All right, first look at our new players on 23 and 24. Again, Zach Doty, Mike Wolf, Roy Davis, and Justin Wyman. A little stumble at the foul line there for Ben Crines on the front 3. He crosses the foul line as his ball crosses the head pin. Count doesn't matter. Takes the foul. Talking about Mike Wolf here on lane 24, I said earlier 6 titles. I always get it confused, 5 or 6. It's 5 career standard titles on the PBA for Mike Wolf, his last coming at the Cheetah Championship in Las Vegas during the World Series of Bowling. "19 career PBA 300 games." Would be pretty cool to see number 20 right here on Bowl TV and Flow Bowling. Well, you can't shoot 300 if you don't get the first one. Again, warm welcome to everyone on Bowl TV, all of our normal viewers, as well as our Flow Bowling viewers, as we are simulcasting over on Flow Bowling. Welcome in to our broadcast of the 2019 U.S. Open from Victory Lanes here in Mooresville, North Carolina. We are early on here in Game 2 of 8 at the U.S. Open Pre-Tournament Qualifier, PTQ. 66 players in the field. 53 will advance to the main event, which starts up on Friday morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Scheduled the next couple of days following the PTQ today. 2 squads of Pro-Ams this afternoon. And then tomorrow, Thursday, practice sessions all day for the players. Practice sessions tomorrow at 9 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and 3 o'clock on each of the first 3 patterns. Pattern number 4, which will be used for the advancers round and all of match play, as well as the TV show. There is an optional practice session on pattern number 4 at 9:30 tomorrow night. So in case you're in town and wondering what's going on, that's the schedule moving forward. For all of your information regarding this year's U.S. Open, head over to bowl.com/US Open. Everything you could need or want is there. Tournament roster, lane pairings, scoring updates, schedule information. They've even offered up the topography report on each lane that is being used here at Victory Lanes. A lot of that tournament information is available on the Bowl TV tabs on the top of the chat room. Of course, the text bubbles up there is the chat room icon. To the right of that, the star shows you who is on those pairs. on whatever channel you're viewing on. Tab to the right of that little book has tournament information link below it. Click that, and that will take you to the aforementioned bowl.com/US Open link. And then the fourth tab shows you our Bowl TV schedule. Qualifying starts bright and early, 8 a.m. on Friday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern, here in Mooresville. Back-to-back flat hits on lane 25 for the two-hander Matt Ogle. Flat 10 in the fourth, excuse me, and then a flat 7-10 here in the sixth. Scout came off the left side wall, tried to get over to the 10-pin, but missed it. Bounces it out quite a ways, but it comes more forward than it does lateral. So could not get over the 10-pin side until it was about maybe 15 feet, 10 feet outside of the pin deck. Nice frame by Zach Doty over on 23 after another small wait. Looks like whatever the issue was, they've gotten that fixed. Good shot for him coming out of that little timeout, kind of a half 7-pin. Good look there at Justin Wyman. Justin, as we talked about at the PWBA Tour Championships at Richmond Raceway a couple weeks ago, was the man responsible for the display and the lighting that we had there on set, which looked absolutely amazing. So a big thank you to him for his efforts, making the drive up from Florida. I'm sorry, New York. I don't know why I was thinking Florida. From Fairport, New York. Put the time and effort and the work in to make that TV show look absolutely amazing. Well, we won't see PBA 300 number 20 from Mike Wolf, high flush 4-pin, which was actually, he was staring at a big 4 for about a second, but broke it down into a 4-pin. Looking up and down the house, most pairs are right around frames 7, 8, 9. But 2 small breakdowns on lane 23 have pushed that pair a little bit behind, and we've talked before that all it takes is one small thing that can completely change the pace of a tournament. Even if every pair has 4, just one small thing will throw it out of alignment. And that's what's happened here. Just one more thing the bowlers have to deal with on top of the invisible enemy in the oil pattern and the 65 other competitors in the field that each bowler is competing against. See what Ogle does here after back-to-back flat hits on this lane. A little bit of a move in, didn't get the ball quite as far right. Oof, great shot by Zach Doty. Take a look at some numbers around us. Matt Taylor over on 27 and 28 had a chance to get into the 260s as he stepped up in the 9th but split. He's now looking at a possible 230. Curtis Stid on the same pair. Clean game, couple of doubles, a 3-bagger. Staring at a fill ball only left, possible 235. Kim Bowlby over on 29 and 30. After a double in the 10th puts him in the 240s. Mike Machuga over on 31 and 32, a 256 game. Gets him to plus 28 after 2.
All right, Daniel, what did I miss? A little loud.
Not much, really, to be honest with you.
It's very uncommon for me.
For you to be loud? Yeah.
And now I'll be off again.
Yeah,
So we got something else happening.
Okay. Matt Taylor just off to our right. Shot 219, gets to plus 54. It looks like we do have some scores that are scrolling on the drop-down monitors in front of us. Stephen Earhart, 250 was your leader after game 1. Faulkner, 244. Matt Taylor, 235. Verity Crawley, 233. Ogle, 33. Kuba, 230. Stid, 225. Davidson, 223. Rollins, 220. And Ben Crines, 219. That was your top 10. A couple of names of note. Packy Hanrahan, 207. Zach Tackett, 202. Andrew Kane, 199. And you're cut your 53rd place after game 1. Looks to be Chris Giaz at 165. Good double for Ogle there in the 10th after the open in the 9th. I did not see what he missed, but 8-1, no red numbers. I'm guessing it was a makeable spare, chopped something. Stays plus, though, for the game, barring any kind of disastrous shot here. A ball change here in the fill ball for Ogle. It was 230 plus the first game. 233 the first game. Looking to be 205 here. Ball change, moved left. Didn't get out quite as far as he might have wanted. High flush 4-pin, 204 for Ogle. Wolf doubles after the split in the 3rd. Well, you know it was a bad shot when players that are this good turn around as soon as the ball comes off their hand, and that's exactly what Zach Doty did right there. He knew off his hand that shot was terrible. I don't know if it got right at 20. Misses the head pin to the left. Good thing is it was one shot, just one frame in about 80 frames he's going to have today. And he picks the 3-pin off the 1-3. Well, it still stands true. It's one frame out of 80.
All right, so hopefully I'll be able to just pick right up where Daniel left off. I had to step out early in game 1, or mid game 1. I came back briefly and saw that 23 and 24 hadn't finished yet. So here's Roy Davis on 23. And from the looks of things as I get back, looking at the chat, looks like lane 23 could be a bit troublesome. Mike Wolf on the right lane. And Mike, you saw him throw one on the right lane back in the 5th. He's able to kick the 10 out. That one looks pretty good too. And this time leaves a 9-pin on 24. Nice change of pace for me. Daniel may have mentioned it, but of course on Bowl TV, we see a lot of the PWBA stars, of course, and now we get a chance to check out the best on the PBA tour, as well as obviously even some of our best PWBA players, of course. Maria Verity bowling here in the PTQ. Coming up next on 25 and 26. Andres Gomez, Cole Payne, Tony Nicholson, and Tim Pfeiffer. And on 23 and 24, Stephen Earhart, Brian Robinson, Dakota Morgan, and Jim Price. In fact, Earhart, Robinson, and Jorgen right here watching 23 and 24 in front of our live stream table here. Taking a peek at the lanes, watching what Mike Wolf is doing, and if you can repeat what Mike's doing right now, that could be a very successful option. Justin Wyman. Seeing a lot of hook, and I'm sure Daniel may have talked about that, what the lanes currently are doing. Again, 40 feet. That's the distance. But you'll want to take a look at the graph yourself. Three in a row for Zach Doty. Moorhead State product. Lots of success at Junior Gold himself. Good shot to kick things off for Cole Payne. We're on 25. Mike Wolf trying to set himself up potentially. He can max at 221. Looking to strike here in the 9th. 9-pin last time. Nice shot there for Wolf. 53 players will advance. Daniel, very quickly, just curious as what this particular pair, 23 and 24, what you had seen. Starting to see some balls really hook, but I don't think in game one we saw too many players kind of make the jump in, if you will. We've seen a few obviously on this pair now in that area.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to see the migration of not just the pair but the field. But this pair appears to be playing a little trickier than some of the ones around us. I don't know if that's just how the initial 4 players broke it down. I know there is a topography report available. I have not looked at it to see if maybe that will tell us a little something about this pair. It seems like the few times that you and I have been together in bowling centers, excluding the Old Dominion building at Richmond Raceway, we've gotten some pairs that have played tougher than what that the rest of the house has here on our featured pairs.
Maybe hopefully there's no correlation between, what we do. We do often get players who joke about whether they have high success rates when on the featured pair or low success rates. Again, this is 8 games, by the way. Just in case you did not know that, I'm sure you did.
One player I was talking with yesterday who told me that he didn't expect to have any rate of success today was Tim Piper right here in front of us on 25. In fact, he messaged me and he said, "I've got your headline for tomorrow. Former Team USA member retires on the spot at US Open PTQ." I said, "Man, you're in a good place mentally." He said, "I'm just not sharp right now." And we talked a little more, and he drilled up some equipment for this event, and he said, overall, in all seriousness, my plans go in today, bowl well. Maybe get some thumb holes refitted and get a better fit in my equipment. And then get ready for the main event starting on Friday. Tim minus 35 after the first 2 games. Of course, after game 1, the cut was minus 35, a 165 average. I'm sure that number will fluctuate and change. Typically, the game 1 number we see that average doesn't stay there. As Wolf 3 in a row after the 9-pin in the 7th. That puts him in the 2-0 range. Good, he can punch out for 221. And I've got to say right now, I don't know how well it's coming through on the live stream. On my feed, it looks pretty good on my laptop. Of course, we're all streaming on different devices. But being someone who enjoys the colors red and black, Andres Gomez's shoes. That red, silver, and black. That black and red jersey.
Okay.
I'm liking the outfit today. I know that's not something you usually would talk about when it comes to a bowling tournament, but he's matching.
Well, definitely not with you. I'm shocked.
I'm a fan of matching.
I'm shocked by this, actually. We've had many a conversation. I'm not sure one really had anything to do with fashion, especially shoes. Now we're talking about bowling shoes. I may have mentioned some sneakers from time to time.
You probably have.
I see what you're saying now. Okay. Okay. .176 for Wyman. And Wolf does the job. So with 9 or better, he'll be at 220 or better. Give him 8. Trying a different piece of equipment. 219 for Mike. And officially now into game number 3 here at the PTQ.
I talked a little bit while you were gone about the great work that Justin did for us at the Tour Championship in Richmond. And I was unaware. I knew I had heard that name before. I didn't know that he was a bowler at this level. I did not realize that.
Well, we'll get a chance to see Stephen Earhart, so we don't know what he shot in game 2.
Well, the scores are moving with the bowlers.
Perfection.
So he's plus 27 after shooting plus 50 the first game, so it's 23. It's 177, game 2. Shout out to Dakota Bjorgen right here in Mooresville, North Carolina. I know he did just throw a gutter, but we talked a little bit yesterday. He is like myself, a Minnesota Vikings fan. So props to him. Little fist bump, little dab.
Vikings have gotten it together.
Because Kirk Cousins is playing like the contract he earned. He didn't earn it. He's playing like the contract he was given. You never answered my question yesterday, by the way. Where are you at with Mitch Trubisky?
Oh, yeah. I'm not sure this is the proper platform for me to get into how I feel currently about young Mitch. I'll simply say that. I'll just simply say it's a hard
Are you, like some of my other Bears fans, ready to move on from him?
Not quite yet.
Okay.
I'm not to that point, because I do understand that no matter what happens, you do have to. There has to be some opportunity for growth, and I'm not saying that he hasn't had that opportunity. But it is only year. I think it's his 3rd year. With I don't know, but 6 or 7 games maybe he started late in his first season.
Yeah,
something like that. Not that many.
And under John Fox, he was
Right.
kind of handcuffed a little bit.
So gets a new system. You know, I think the expectations obviously were really high, and then you would think the second year, full year in an offense, you know, things would be clicking. But a lot of it has to do with the offensive line, and the direct comparisons to Mahomes and Watson don't help rather. And so, yeah. But you have to see what you have, plain and simple. Plain and simple. He has to play. He has to play the rest of the season.
Yeah, absolutely.
No matter what. Here's Timmy.
Uh-oh. Ah, boy.
Robert Morris, Pennsylvania. Made the ITC finals back in 2007.
8.
No.
2006, we lost to Newman. 2007. No. Hang on. 6 you all won. 7.
No, that's not true.
5 you won. That's right.
That Tim was on that team that
Oh, it's a 8 was the Nick Hoagland year. That's right.
did beat us in the semis. They did win or make it to the finals. They
That's
lost
right.
to Saginaw Valley.
Because Saginaw won in 6-7. That's right.
Very good team with Tim and Jason Wonderlich. There's Brian Robinson. Missed left clearly. As we mentioned in game 2, starting to see the jumps. Players making their way left. I'm curious at this point, you know, like who do we see? Verity playing it relatively straight with Urethane out. Even Nate Garcia, while he wasn't around 5, but he was still playing straight with Urethane. Curious to see where those players, for example, are now playing the lanes here in game 3.
I do know that on her fill ball the first game, Verity moved in and struck, and then Chris in the chat said that game 2, she had kind of stayed in there but struggled and shot 180. Now she's down on 11 and 12 and on the front 4 or 5. So whatever kinks she worked out after game 2 have certainly propelled her this game. Tim Pfeiffer still looking for a strike, steps off there.
That's John Pearson in the chat. Yeah, I agree, John. I'm a big fan of Mitch Hupe. Absolutely. Big fan of my man Mitch Hupe. I might have to run with that one. It sounds like a t-shirt. I'm gonna have to talk to Mitch Hupe about this. So Daniel, we're through 2 full games, and I'm curious, as someone who has bowled this event. Now, obviously, this is the PTQ, not the full main field as of yet.
Right.
But what were you thinking, kind of coming in, and maybe what we might expect, what we might see, especially with now 40 feet, 28 mils out here. Has it been something similar to what you thought you might see from a strategical perspective, lane play?
Yeah, for the most part. Looking at the graph and then looking at the field, and I expected a break point to start, for the most part, to be out around 6, 7, 8, maybe 7, 8, 9, and then the guys would just migrate in from there. Over the years, I've continuously underestimated how quickly players at this level will jump left and try and get left quickly. And I've finally caught up to, my expectations have caught up to reality, so to speak. So when I see them crossing 20, middle to end of game 1 or even game 2, it doesn't shock me anymore. The last U.S. Open that I had any amount of success in was 2012. I bowled 3 of them, 2010, 2012, and 2014. 2014 was just a throwaway year. That was Columbus, and it was awful. Each day the players started in an arrow further than the day before. Day 1 they were at around 10, day 2 was around 15, and day 3 they were on top of 4th arrow almost from the get-go. I won't forget that third day of qualifying. We were at Wayne Webb's place, and I was crossing with Pete Weber, and he started on 4th arrow. And I was like, what are they doing? Like, I had not seen that before. And I was like, what are these guys doing? And they had success on doing that, and it wasn't something I had seen, so I didn't know how to do that. So my expectations have caught up to reality. It doesn't surprise me anymore. And I think we're seeing some guys try and play a little closer to third, between 3rd and 4th, maybe some ball speed or less surface. But we are seeing a lot of players that are left of that.
Was 2014 was the multi-center?
Yes.
Right? You went from, I forgot how it worked, but was it just qualifying that you moved each day?
Yes.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, it was. I know all of our qualifying you were in 3 different houses, and then I think from that point on, the advancers round on, it was all in one house. I'm sorry, it was 2013. 2014, there was no U.S. Open. It was 2013 in Columbus. And in 2012, the 69th U.S. Open was the infamous "Who do you think you are? I am" show, and I was actually watching that show on my phone last night at the hotel laying in bed, because that 10th frame between Fagan and Weber was, just the ice water in Fagan's veins to throw 3 in the 10th to force Pete to show up, and then of course Pete just flat flushing the fill shot. I don't know that we could ask for a better finish to this year's event, which is still, a week away. We do have some numbers after game 2 of 8 here at the PTQ from Victory Lanes in Mooresville, North Carolina. Gary Faulkner Jr., your leader, at plus 67. Kim Bowlby, plus 60. Curtis Stid, plus 59. Matt Taylor, plus 54. Charles Bostic, plus 52. Rounding out the top 10, Kuba at 44. Fitzpatrick at 39 over. Ogle 37. Greg Young 36. And Jake Rollins at 32. And with 2 games down, 6 games to go, you're cut 53rd place. Andres Gomez right here in front of us on 25 and 26. He is minus 57 for a 171.5 average.
To our left over on 21 and 22. Dallas Leong trying to potentially get to the 230s. He can do that with the double and good count in the 10th. If you're watching, of course, with us right now, you'll see him in the corner, or excuse me, left side of your screen, and he throws a great first shot in the 10th. Pfeiffer.
That ball was fast off his hand to the right.
I just recall bowling, while watching the U.S. Open on television and via live stream. This is actually my first, I think we talked about this yesterday, my first U.S. Open, whether as a spectator, as a staff, or whatever. Being in person to actually see it. So, a different change of pace. Looking forward to seeing how the week unfolds. Understanding the opportunity, really, to, we get a chance to watch the best women in the world all the time, and now we flip it over because we do have a few of our PWBA players bowling this week, but to get a chance to see the best of the PBA at the most prestigious event in bowling. Looking forward to
that. Correct me if I'm wrong, we have 2 PWBA players in the field today, Verity and Maria Jose Rodriguez.
Correct.
Verity, we talked about 233 the first game and 180 the second game. She's at plus 13. Maria, however, sitting down in 56th at minus 64. She is 7 pins out. She's a couple pairs over to our right on 29 and 30 this game. Had 3 straight splits in the 4th, 5th, and 6th frames. Clean otherwise. She's stepping up in the 10th with a chance to double to get into the 170s.
Alex Aropolo over on 21 and 22. Get to 226. Greg Young finishes out 184. I'll give props certainly to Dakota to give his or try his hand here at the PTQ in an attempt to qualify, albeit struggling. This game, part of the job of the work, or it's just to get over the hump of even putting that entry in and committing to competing.
I mean, if you've never done something like this, it can be, I mean, nerve-wracking just to, you know, get up the gumption to enter. Like you said, it's taking a big step up, and you know, I don't know how old Dakota is or what his experience or skill level is, but just from watching him, talking to him, it appears to be a younger player, and at his level of bowling, a lot of these guys you're crossing with today are people you look up to, and they may, you know, as you move on to the main event, you know, you talk about some of the experienced players, that Walter Ray, Pete Weber, Norm Duke, or some of your current stars on the PBA, whether it's Belmo, Chris Prather, Jacob Buttriff. You know, these guys are your idols. They're people you look up to, and it's really hard as a young player and a young bowler to put all that aside and say, you know what, I've got to go out and beat these guys. You've got to separate the pro-am side of it as I'm bowling with the pros, and I'm bowling a tournament and I have to beat them.
Robinson looking to take care of the 3-6. And no problem there for Brian. Nice solid jersey choice. I'm okay with anybody who rolls with 23.
Of course, for those of you that don't know, the greatest to ever play the game rocks that number. Still does, playing in Los Angeles right now.
I knew it was coming. I knew it. For context, Daniel likes to. First, he knows I'm always will be a Michael Jordan fan, as most are, but I'm a native Chicago. He is the greatest, and Daniel likes to be funny and say that LeBron is, for example. It does depend on who you talk to, though. I'll give you that.
It does, and almost what generation you're talking to. Although now that I have a Michael Jordan stand sitting next to me, I can ask you, what did you think when LeBron early in his career chose to don the 23?
I didn't think anything about it.
Okay.
I mean, honestly. Yeah, I think people just, people get a little bit over the top, I think. But because of who he was, and, I think he probably chose it based on some of that. But, not everybody can live up to, if you will, that type of number, that number itself. So the comparisons were automatic because of who he was.
I mean, he was anointed the king when he was, what, 16?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stephen Earhart has looked pretty solid here. 250, 177. Strike here in the ninth, and he could still be working into the 240s. High flush. Number is 53. Who will advance to the field.
.66 here in front of us today, so 13 players will not make the cut. I think there's probably 3 different types of players out here. Players who know full well that as long as they just go out and do their job, they're going to make top 53 no problem. Players who, maybe first time player, entrance into a PBA event of a certain talent or skill level. Like, okay, I know I've got to do some work. I'm not quite as good at the top of the cream of the crop in this field, but I know that if I have a really good day, I won't have anything to be concerned about. And then you have players, and you're going to get this at any event. We had them at the PWBA PTQs. Players that are from the area, whether they're 5 miles out or 200 miles out, they go, you know what? This is my opportunity to go and compete with the best. And you know what? If I can maybe have a career-type day, I can make that cut, and I can get into the U.S. Open. And those are players that may have never seen a sport pattern before, or they've only bowled on it here and there at their local bowling centers or back home in their cities. And those are guys who, they don't know the moves. They don't understand the transitions of sport patterns compared to house shots, and they're going to struggle unless they have a career day or an amazing day and make the main event.
Nice game from Steven again. All 3 of those in the 10th were fantastic. Made a ball change on the fill. 247 from Chesapeake, Virginia. I want to thank the staff here at Victory Lanes. Everyone thus far, and you can tell it's going to be certainly a great week. Paul and his staff been great, and already helping us out certainly yesterday and anything we needed from a setup standpoint. I want to thank both staffs from, of course, USBC, everyone at the BPAA and the PBA.
I'm not sure who it was behind us, but off Brian's hand, that shot, somebody behind us went, oh boy. And I had somebody crossing in front of me, and I thought, oh, that doesn't sound good. Looking at a 210, chance to get into the 220s, but the 210 erases that opportunity. Best he can do is 202 on the conversion. And just picks the 2-pin for a 190. Puts Robinson at minus 44. A reminder coming into this game, the cut 53rd place was Andres Gomez, who just shot 177. Now the cut was minus 57, a 171.50 average.
All right, game 4. We are going to see Nathan Bohr. Congratulations to Mr. Bohr, by the way. Recently married to Maria Jose Rodriguez, so congratulations to them. We've got the principal, Justin O'Shaughnessy. Michael Coffey and Cody Shoemaker, along with Packy Hanrahan, Ethan McDonald, Andrew DeJanes, and Chris Glass. So those are your pairings for 23 and 24 and 25 and 26. And while we have a moment, again, appreciate those good folks, everyone checking in. I certainly want to thank everyone here at the PBA. A very good opportunity to talk about the PBA for all up-to-date details on the upcoming PBA Tour season, including breaking news, schedule, and ticket information. Scoring from all events. Don't forget, always head over to PBA.com. You can follow the action live on the PBA network. I saw that you chuckled when I said the principal.
Yes. Oh, if you're going to call him the principal, shouldn't you pronounce his name correctly?
Well, technically, yes. You're right. But I do want to make sure that those who are actually watching do know his real name before I get into why he is called, or I call him, the principal.
Justin O'Shaughnessy is who we're speaking of. Up right now in lane 24, actually.
That's a solid shot, obviously 4-9. So Justin, a part of the Robert Morris University, Illinois collegiate squad, and I believe it was last year. Saw him at a few events, and one of my favorite skits of all time, and a lot of other people's favorite skits, is the Key and Peele substitute teacher, where, of course, Key is what's his name in the skit? Mr. Garvey.
Okay.
So Mr. Garvey calls he mispronounces their names in a very hilarious fashion. Many of you have seen it. And good opportunity. Nearly made it. But so O'Shack Hennessy is what Mr. Garvey refers to Principal O'Shaughnessy in the skit. And so I just started calling Justin. First I'd get into it and kind of be funny with it. Then I just started calling him the principal.
If he makes it big one day on the PBA Tour, that's gonna follow him.
I told him that
That's gonna stick.
Just always tell people who said it first. It's Hanrahan. We first saw Packy, I know I did, good shot for the two-handed lefty in 2017 at the Intercollegiate Team Championships. And he was competing with Wichita State. And I feel like I hadn't seen him throughout the event up until the quarter or semifinals. And man, he came in and was making a statement. Michael Coffey has made a statement collegiately as well for Lindenwood. Excellent shot for Coffey. There's Mr. Bohr, speaking of the Shockers. See Nathan all the time on the PWBA tour as a ball rep for Motive. And now putting the shoes back on and lacing up here in the PTQ.
Yeah, going back to Packy real quick, the first time that I encountered him was last year at the, this year at the Open Championships. He was actually the first interview that I did as a part of the USBC Open Championships PR team when he shot 800 at the Bowlers Journal. Shot 800 to take the lead, and then less than 24 hours later, Packy shot 813, and the very next day, AJ Rice went 78, 78, 79 for an 835.
That's that's just incredible. Incredible bowling right there. Well, Packy's ball went through the pins excellently. I was going to say the first couple of frames. He's certainly a player who can get on a run. You know, it's interesting, and obviously everyone knows this is not the full field. It's not the main field. These players will be advancing to the main field. And then we'll be seeing probably some differences in regards to maybe how pairs and lanes will break down because of who will be bowling once we get to the main field. Things could be different. Obviously be a different lane condition or conditions really daily as well. We tend to know, obviously, you know, the squad that bowls first. And obviously the other squads have opportunities to watch and then make adjustments. Ball reps talk about that all the time. Players do as well. So we'll see how it all begins to unfold.
Well, and that first squad really sets the bar as to how each pattern each day is going to be played. Because no matter if a lot of players struggle on that first squad of the day, each one is so talented that you're going to have players that succeed. So the players that follow them, they don't really look at, was it 48? There's 48 players on each squad. So they don't look at, okay, why did those 30 struggle? They look at why did those 18 bowl so well? And they're going to try to attack the lanes in a similar fashion. So, I mean, the first squad, let's go to an extreme here. Let's say it's a 28-foot pattern, which you would typically play further right. If you had players that found success fading fifth arrow, then moving forward on the day, you're going to have more and more players trying that because that's how the guys earlier in the day had success.
Well, he'll take 9 there, speaking of Justin. Good shot from Packy. You know, he can. Players like that can make it look easy. That is that one common theme that you always hear in regards to entry angle and the balls going through the pins the right way. And just from experience, of course, watching and even the occasional step out and actual compete, you can tell You know when it is happening properly and when you're having some issues. Ethan McDonald just left a high flush 7 on the right lane and now a light Swisher 10. Sporting a Buffalo Lanes North jersey. They've got a standout youth program. In Raleigh, North Carolina. There's coffee. Didn't like it.
I wish my bad shots did that.
He did not like that one. He got it in. And there was push. Someone mentioned the cut, of course, and Daniel just dropped that in after 2 games. Gary Faulkner Jr. was leading after 2. At plus 67. Faulkner to our left.
I don't know how much of that conversation the crowd mic picked up, but it was interesting listening to Michael talk to a couple guys back here about what he just saw. He said, I don't understand. Because at that last shot he stepped off, he didn't like it, and it flushed. He comes back and he says, I don't understand. I thought that thing was going to go runaway Brooklyn, and then it flushed strikes. And on the previous shot, I thought it was going to be a Mac Daddy 9-pin, and it just left a flat 10. So he's not seeing the lanes properly right now. His ball is confusing him in what it's doing down lane. We do have some numbers after Game 3. The top of the standings stay pretty similar. Gary Faulkner averaging 242 at plus 126. Stephen Earhart plus 74. Matt Ogle plus 59. Curtis Stidd 58. Kim Bowlby 54. Verity Crawley back up to plus 47. Charles Bostic 46. Jake Rollins 21. Greg Young 20. And in 10th, the principal, Justin O'Shaughnessy, at plus 16. Your cut in 53rd place at minus 89, a 170.33 average. William Hibbard from Mukwonago, Wisconsin. And for all of our PWBA fans, Maria Jose Rodriguez still in 56th place at minus 102, 13 pins out of the cut. She's down on 35 and 36 right now. A couple other names of note in the standings. Andrew Kane is 14th. Mike Wolf also tied for 14th. The 2019 U17 Girls Junior Gold Champion Caroline Thazier from right here in Mooresville, North Carolina, is in 16th position. Packy Hanrahan in 17th. Mike Machuga, 19th. Nathan Bohr also in front of us in 21st. Michael Coffey, 26th. Zach Doty, Brian Robinson, we saw those two earlier there in 39th and 40th. Tim Pfeiffer in 41st. And Andres Gomez jumped up. He was the cut. Shot 177 on our featured pair last game. Jumped up to 49th. And a familiar name, at least in my area, Zach Tackett in 52nd. Ball looks left, or looks right, in.
Michael Martell, All-American, helped Robert Morris to a runner-up finish a couple of seasons ago at the ITCs. Following his friend Justin, former teammate, helping him through this PTQ.
I had not seen Michael. He made his way up to Louisville back in July for the Kentucky Open. Walked out with a top 5 finish. Every year that event attracts more and more top caliber players, making it more and more difficult for us amateurs to find success, but Graham Faw won that event this year. Interesting, just to our right, Greg Young absolutely playing the twig. Has 3 of the last 4 strikes with a split in the 6th. But he is out around 2, 3, 4, just piping it off the corner.
Yeah, that's something obviously we've talked about today because we saw it very early on and just wondered how it would be then either maintained or what would happen. And we've got players like we just saw Cody making the big shape right from left to right, and then Greg Young on 27 and 28. If you want to see what Daniel is referring to, Greg, excuse me, is on 27 and 28. And you can obviously click the respective channel on Bowl TV or Flow Bowling. You see a good shot there from DeJanes. Not quite where Greg Young is, but still in an area, the right part of the lane, or right side of the lane, I should say, which looks to be the right part of the lane right now for him. The U.S. Open patterns always used to get me, and I didn't bowl on them a lot. I've never bowled in the event myself. The closest I got was a sport league as we watch Greg Young here. Oh, I see what you're saying too. It actually looked like he's going right to left, even from this angle. And
yeah.
We're not directly behind Greg, obviously. We're behind essentially, you know, I'm face up with 24. Daniel's face up with 25,
yeah.
6-ish.
25.
So we can see Greg to our right, but even the angle from which I'm watching him, it looked like that ball was starting right. There was nothing going right. It was starting right. move, roll, bang.
Nice conversion over on lane 27, the 4-8-10 by Greg Young. It's one of those splits for players at this level, similar to looking at a, let's say a 6-9-7 or a 6-7-9. It looks worse than it is because you know that if you can hit that, like he made that 4-8-10, if you can hit the 4 just right and kick it off the 8, it'll actually give it a little bit of a bounce into the 10. You don't have to cut it as thin as you would if the 8-pin wasn't there. That's why you see players all the time shooting at Greek Church. They'll take out the 6-7-10 or the 6-7-9-10 and leave just the 4-pin because that 6 will bounce off the 9 and cuts out the 7. Doesn't quite get to the 4, however. But the good thing for Greg, he wasn't shooting at Greek Church. He was just shooting a 4-8-10.
Forgot what I was saying earlier. I think I was about to make or tell a story about US Open patterns.
Say the closest you got to bowling on one was a sport league?
Oh yes, I bowled a sport league a couple times. Where at the time it was like when the animal patterns were prominent, and they bowled on each pattern, and then like major patterns. Also, U.S. Open was one of them, and I should say even during college, because we throw that out every now and then from a practice perspective too. And each time we did it, it always, now things are different. Let me preface that by saying, now there's not just one, there's several, and it's a different challenge. Still a U.S. Open challenge, but a little different.
Right.
But for someone whose A game was not getting in front of the ball return, man, that was a struggle. I remember averaging about 220, and this is when I was bowling. This is like right after school. I was averaging 220 in every other pattern, basically. And when we got to the U.S. Open, and we bowled on it for 2 weeks.
Oh.
I dropped to like 204 or something crazy like that. It was rough.
That's rough. Lose 16 pins in 2 weeks.
It was. I did not have fun. But the challenge of it. I mean, if you wanted to be out here, basically, right? This is the mindset I'm thinking of. You have to be able to bowl.
Yeah.
On that pattern. Plain and simple.
And patterns these days. The one that, let me say this, the one thing I really enjoy about Nick Hoagland is he finds a way to make all these patterns play differently. But outside of what Nick is doing, whether it's tournament directors just choosing these medium patterns or the different pattern developers are just migrating this way, it seems like, back in the day, you would have a 34-foot, a 40-foot, and a 48-foot. You had defined lines between short, medium, and long. Now you have a short-ish, higher volume pattern, a medium pattern, and then a long-ish pattern. And the long patterns might be 46 feet with the volumes low, and the short patterns might be 37 feet with the volumes high. So they're all kind of closing into this window of patterns playing very similar together, which just emphasizes what you said. You've got to learn to be able to bowl on these medium patterns. And you talk to a lot of players who maybe travel to different tournament series in their area and bowl on sport patterns that aren't quite this level. And they'll say, yeah, I'm really good on short and I'm okay on long, but I struggle on medium. Or it's vice versa. I'm really good on long and I'm okay on short, but I struggle on the medium flat stuff. And that's why they are there and these guys are here. Because these guys can bowl on that medium, flat, grind out patterns, and then they find a way to not only grind out, but to exploit those patterns. Well, Packy got off to a good start with the double three of the first four. But it was all downhill from there. Back-to-back splits on the left lane in the 8th and 10th, 167. Andrew DeJanes stepping up, needs 8 pins and 2 shots to get even, 9 pins to get a plus game here. Of course, he can punch out for 212. Coffey was looking at a possible 250. But a 410 is standing in his way from getting into the 220s. Doesn't get the 4. 214, Coffey minus 6 overall. And more of a relaxed smirk on his face after just missing the 410, knowing that even at minus 6, he's going to be inside the cut.
I've been watching Ethan McDonald here in this game, and I'm not sure of his age. I'm going to guess that either, oh wow.
He kicked the 2 around the 10.
About as well as you can try to make that spare, and it doesn't happen. I'm guessing Ethan is, if he is out of his youth years, not too far removed, and he very well still could be a youth bowler. And I'm basing this on the jersey. We talked about Buffalo Lanes North and great youth program. They always have their youth styling and profiling. But yeah, I'm not sure what his future aspirations are, but I feel like he's got a really good base, a really good foundation There's some miscues on his scorecard, but good count, and he's going to be, he can strike to get to 204 here. Tenth frame hasn't been kind for 23 and 24, with the exception of Cody Shoemaker. 3 splits from combined for Justin, Nathan, and Michael. And Shoemaker joins that crowd, but was able to strike in the on the first shot. So 3 will give him 200. $199 for Shoemaker. And game 4 is officially in the books. Well, while we have a chance, let's take a look at a couple of cool moments. We'll be playing these hopefully throughout the broadcast each week. Let's get an opportunity to take a look at some cool stuff while we have a chance. Dell Ballard Jr. recently was inducted into the North Central Texas USBC Association Hall of Fame. Here's Dell doing some cool stuff here at the US Open.
This shot, he can take and lock up all the money with a strike. It's not over unless he strikes on this ball. Dell Ballard. But for this man, he's the top of the world. Dell Ballard. And his parents in Richardson, Texas, and his friends. Imagine they feel as he feels here, $100,000.
Chance to see Dell Ballard win. His first career U.S. Open title, that was that clip, in 1987. There have been a lot of obviously great moments in U.S. Open history, and that is just one. Excellent spare to start things for Gary Faulkner Jr. So we are now joined, of course, Game 5. Andrew Kane, Christopher Miller, and Nathaniel Potter on 23 and 24, and on 25 and 26 again, Gary Faulkner Jr., Carson Weinberger, Greg Thomas, and Bob Hale. Hello to all in the chat here on Bowl TV. What's up, Jasmine? I certainly hope you are doing well as everyone else. My name is Emil Williams Jr. We welcome you to Mooresville, North Carolina. Victory Lane's the venue this week for the 2019 US Open. If you plan to post this week and in regard to the US Open, we encourage you to use the hashtag #WitnessTheMoment. Wow. Nearly a 9-pin. She rolls late into it. Wow. Hashtag team no 9-pin. Want to say hello to all watching on Flow Bowling as well. We thank you for tuning in, not only today, but for the remainder of the week. Obviously, as qualifying will kick off on Friday. Following the PTQ, there'll be 2 pro-ams here at Victory Lanes. That'll be in the evening, and then scheduled practice times throughout the day tomorrow, obviously for all players in the main field. Be sure to check the schedule at bowl.com/US Open, and they'll be back on the air on Friday morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. And, of course, if you're familiar with the US Open, you know you would expect to see bowling basically from 8 a.m. until about 10 p.m., give or take. For those asking, Brandon, thank you for asking. Trey is fantastic. He's doing well. Although I haven't seen him yet today, so I can't quite give you the update, but he is doing awesome. Growing by the minute. Changing, seems like, on a daily basis. He's doing new stuff, which obviously that's what babies do. But he's starting to do the 2 things that stick out. He's starting to, or is doing now, the full, like, pushes himself up with his feet or legs off of things. So if you know, if you're holding him, you got to be prepared for this random kind of jump. The other day, he pushed himself basically across or up from his feet were touching his bathtub, and he pushed himself upward, which is kind of shocking. So his vertical leap may be already at a insane amount of inches for
Talking about Trey?
a 10-week-old.
Okay. Not to entirely shift the conversation, but a couple of players in the field are getting vertical right now with their launch angles off their hand. A couple guys lofting the ball on the low end of the house.
Well, Chris had mentioned in the chat that Zach Tackett was 3-stepping at one point. I don't know if it was this previous game or game 3, but Zach had migrated, and it could be just that particular pair that he was on at that moment.
Oh my word.
So you missed Greg's first shot, where he nearly left a 9-pin in similar fashion, although the 7 wasn't there, but he threw it that good. It was a great shot. And now he is not rewarded. I do want to say, beginning on Friday, we will be handing out giveaways, of course, on Bowl TV. Those who are common to Bowl TV, we do often do giveaways during rounds. Various items. Sometimes it's a T-shirt. Sometimes it's an autographed For example, Missy Parkin card during the PWBA Tour season. Sometimes it's a collegiate t-shirt, a Bowl TV t-shirt. We've given away Apple AirPods before. We've given away other autographed merchandise during the PWBA season. So we'll be giving away some items throughout the week starting on Friday. Unsure what those will be this week as of yet, but that will start on Friday. So for all of you Bowl TV subscribers, and you'll certainly have an opportunity to win. For those of you who may be new to Bowl TV at this point, well, that'll be one thing you can look forward to. I encourage you to check out some additional channels as well. Channels of content: The Vault, The Lab, and Backstage.
Been a while since I've seen Andrew Kane bowl, and sometimes you don't see somebody for a long time that's a really good player, and you forget just how well they throw the ball. I forgot how well Andrew Kane throws the ball.
It has for a very long time.
Yes. Hate to put you on the spot here. I know he was before me collegiately. Where did he bowl at?
Arizona State.
Okay.
Speaking of Zach Tackett, he is just to our left. Looked like he took his full approach. He was on the right lane on that last shot. He was on lane 22. For those of you curious, want to check out Zach. Today, 6 channels, and then it will be 6 channels throughout the remainder of the competition as well. So a few pairs that are not being covered today on the low end of the building. But once qualifying begins on Friday, the pairs will then be 15 through 38, and we will have all of them for you right here on Bowl TV and being simulcasted to Flow Bowling. Shout out to, again, the staff at Flow, our compadres that we normally would see, Bill Brylow, Jeff Goodger, and their crew. I know, Daniel, you mentioned yesterday that there would be a few Louisville players, obviously, that you are very familiar with, who would be competing this week. We saw Matt Ogle, Mike Wolf earlier today, and now Bob Hale.
I know Bob had a lot of success, I want to say 10, 15, well, more than 10, maybe about 10, 15 years ago, out at the high roller type events out in the Las Vegas and West Coast area. Had a lot of success out there. Rough start to this game, however.
Well, looks like a bit of a malfunction. With the foul line, I believe it's 25.
Yeah, Fowler has a mind of its own right now. Like some of our tournament staff letting the front desk know that they're going to get it turned off, so shouldn't be a problem moving forward.
Yeah, it just draws all of the attention to
It does.
to what's happening.
Props to Andrew Kane right there, knowing it was probably going to happen right in the middle of his stance, and went up and peered the shot.
Yeah, at that point when after it's gone off a few times, you just probably try to time it mentally and say, okay, well, if I'm going to go, here's my time. Hopefully it fits into what you would normally do, your normal pace if you were to go that route.
Well, and it falls into the category of it's going to happen. So, we see players, the most famous I mentioned it earlier, the Pete Weber U.S. Open show, where he was stepping off because there was a fan that was doing something off to the side. We see players on TV now do that. It's not that there is a distraction, it's the change in environment. If you were in a, let's flip the equation. If you're in a very loud, bustling bowling center, and in the middle of your approach, everything just gets stone cold quiet, it's not the fact that the distractions went away, it's that the entire environment changed. So let's flip back to TV. If it's a stone cold environment and then someone moves or there's a noise, it's going to throw you off. I don't care if you're a bowler, if you're a tennis player in the middle of a serve, if you're a golfer in the middle of a swing. That's just the way it is.
I think that's been something that's been just discussed recently. Maybe, I won't say recently, but this year. I've seen certain players being asked how they feel about silence and noise and versus, etc. I think it just came from like the PBA League, for example, to where obviously that setting is a bit different than what you would see traditionally on TV. And I think a few players have been asked about that. And most of the answers I've seen have been the same in regards to, whichever one is happening at that time, that's just what the players adjust to. But if you, like you said, if you go from one to the other in the same situation or sequence, then that's where it could get a little tricky.
Right.
Personally, I would like to compete and see what it's like to be in an environment where there is just lots of ruckus noise happening.
Well, and I talked to Kyle Sherman about that a couple months ago, about what it was like to bowl up in Maine in the PBA League and with that kind of environment. And he said, man, it's just different. He said it's exciting, it gets the blood pumping, more so because it's not just the competition that you're looking forward to, but it's the crowd, it's the fans. And they don't have to sit there and sit on their hands and make like statues and just wait until the ball crosses their eyesight or wait till the player posts the shot to be able to lean forward and look. They can, free reign to pretty much do whatever they want, short of pouring drinks on the lane or leaning over the railing. So he said it's very exciting. It's kind of what you would expect, but then in a way it's not what you expected at all. Because like you said, we don't get to bowl in that type of atmosphere. So you can watch it on TV, you can hear about it from other people, but until you experience it yourself, you don't know what it's like.
It's a bit of a bucket list item for me. I would like to take it in as a spectator and go check it out. I know I would enjoy the trip even more if I was a big seafood person, but I'm not.
Oh, man.
But maybe I could be, because it's like the freshest of the fresh
It is. I mean,
in Maine.
coming right out the ocean.
Yeah.
Well, we do have some fresh scores available now. Gary Faulkner still your leader, plus 103. Stephen Earhart, Verity Crawley, Charles Bostic, and Curtis Stead, your top 5. Top 4 have kind of separated themselves. Faulkner at 103, and then Bostic in 4th at 80. Stead in 5th at plus 44. Matt Taylor, Jake Rollins, Kim Bowlby, Matt Ogle, and Greg Young round out your top 10. Other names of note moving down the standings: Machuga in 11th, Mike Wolf 15th, Andrew Kane 16th, Nathan Bohr 19th. Becky Hanrahan 27th, Tim Pfeiffer 28th. He just shot his first game over 200 of the day. I'll get back to him in a minute. Spoke with him. Lefty from Indianapolis, or from via Puerto Rico, Gene Perez in 31st, Michael Holloman in 33rd. Moving on down, Andres Gomez in 49th, Zach Doty in 50th. Player right in front of us, up on lane 25, Bob Hale in 52nd place. And the cut, 53rd, is minus 88, a 178 average. That is Ethan McDonald. And I found, kind of going back to Ethan real quick, I'm glad I saw his name, from Coates, North Carolina. A newspaper article in the Daily Record from 2018 noted Ethan as being 16 years old. So he's right around that 17-year-old range this year.
Well, even more impressive than after finding out how old he really is at this point.
A couple of names you recognize outside the cut. The aforementioned Zach Tackett in 54th is 11 pins out. Worth mentioning, the cut was a 170 average after 2, a 171.5 average after 3, and now after 4, it has jumped 6.5 pins on the average up to 178. So the cut coming up, not going down throughout the day. Justin Wyman in 58th. Maria Jose Rodriguez struggled more so in Game 4 than she has the rest of the day. She is minus 141 in 60th. And my fellow Minnesota Viking fan, Dakota Bjorgen, 63rd. I know you're struggling today, Dakota, but we have greener pastures ahead of us with Kirk Cousins as our quarterback. Never would have said that a month ago. Back to Tim Pfeiffer real quick. Shot his first plus game of the day in Game 4. And I ran into him down on the high end of the house. And he said, "Do you know how hard it is to throw strikes? Or how hard it is to bowl 200 when you're not trying to throw strikes, you're just trying to not shoot 160? So that's a really good and I guess bad way to look at it.
Somehow we keep coming up with football situations.
Well, it is that time of year. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I always notice that it generally comes from you. I didn't hear anything about Kirk Cousins 4 weeks ago.
you wouldn't have.
And then all of a sudden, here comes Daniel.
Well, because 4 weeks ago, I, like you currently with your quarterback, I had nothing I could say on a public platform that would have been appropriate about my quarterback. Now I do. It's my quarterback.
Well, that was a really good impression right there.
Well, that's because we were absolutely crying the first 4 weeks of the year, so.
Get back to just talking about the youth. So we find out the age of Ethan, and then I know Charles. I talked about his youth experience. So I'm at Junior Gold, and has been a part of some great USA bowling teams. And he too is around that age, 16, 17. Carson chops a spare there in the 8th, so back-to-back opens. Lineberger as we watch Gary Faulkner Jr.
Uh-oh. Oh. Thought that 7-pin attempt from Kane was a little bit further left off his hand than it actually was. Wouldn't have mattered, though. It's been 1 pin. 172 for Andrew Kane that game. Minus 32, so still well within the cut to make it to the main event, which starts off Friday morning at 8 o'clock.
Oh!
My prediction almost came to fruition. It would have just been a lot sooner than I expected. I think you were actually off. You had stepped away. It was late game 1, early game 2. I said, I almost guarantee we're going to see a 7-10 made, whether it's on a featured pair or somewhere. But pins are bouncing, at least on these 2 pairs, bouncing all over the place. So it would not surprise me if we saw a 7-10 converted throughout the course of this week.
I mentioned early on, that's one of the things we look for. Like, we're not looking for 7-10s to be made, but I am always looking at how the pins may react, how they bounce, if they do. What pins might be more higher frequency to be left. We've been to some centers this year where on the PWBA tour where 8 pins were very prominent, for example.
And I can't really speak to why, you know, the middle of the back row would be more prevalent than a house, meaning 8 pins or 9 pins. I know, you know, corner pins, 7s and 10s. You'll see more of those in a house where the side walls or the kickbacks might not be as clean or new or fresh. You know, and 4 pin. You see a lot of 4 pins from right-handers or 6 pins from left-handers with twister pins. You'll see 9 pins, 4s and 4 9s with twister pins. But just strictly talking of 8s and 9s, I'm not sure what would cause that. I think East Hartford was the house, because that was my first PWBA stop of the year with you guys. And I remember walking in, okay, you're going to see a lot of 8 pins, and boy, did we ever. So I don't know what would cause that.
Well, you know, it's my least favorite pin of the 10 that are on deck. Heard someone say earlier, you know, today, this particular PTQ, it's a situation where, you know, if you lead the PTQ or if you're the last person to get in, or you're 53rd, you know, the option or the prize is kind of essentially the same. Like you get to move on. You do get to pass go.
Yep.
In this situation, so it's you know, very rarely is there a time where you don't have to necessarily win. You know what I mean? Like your mentality should be to win, to make sure that you don't switch your mentality to then think, hey, I just got to make the top 53, because that's when you don't make it. But if you're struggling, or if you have a bad game, this is not a pressing type situation. Like you don't necessarily have to be perfect every single shot in a scenario like this. Would you agree?
Absolutely. I mean, let's look at the main event, the U.S. Open. The top 36 players advance to the cashing round, to round 4. And so if you have, you know, in that situation and that talented of a field, you can have a couple frame stretch here or there where you struggle, but really anything more than that in a given day, and you're going to be in trouble. You cannot give a game away, even with 8 game blocks and 24 games of total qualifying, with as talented as the field is. In this situation, you would think, oh man, I've only got 8 games. I can't give away a frame. No, that's not true, because one, so many more players are making the cut, 53 out of 66, and the field is not as talented. So for certain players in this field, you could give away a game or 2. You know, I would not, if I was in this situation, let's say that, you know, I was like, if I bowl a qualifier back home for the Bradley Open, and let's say it's a 6-game qualifier, if after 4 games, I know that my number is good enough, I'll spend 2 games just trying stuff. I mean, I do that at the Bradley Open. For those of you who don't know, it's a tournament that was run in Lexington, Kentucky for 36 years. Now it's in Louisville. It's always known as a dead flood, absolute dead flood. And the way qualifying works on Saturday morning, you're just qualifying to try and make Saturday night, and all the pins drop. So after 4 games on Saturday morning, once I know my number is good enough to make the cut for Saturday night, I'll spend 2 games just ball testing. So some of these players in this field will have that opportunity if they feel, you know, okay, I drilled up this new ball or new balls this week or last night. I'm going to throw them the last game or 2 on this pattern just to get some oil on the cover, just to see what they do. You know, maybe I want to try a different area of the lane. Maybe I want to see, you know, I know they're not going to see this pattern again the rest of the week, but maybe they want to spend a game sliding into the gutter cap because they know at some point this week they're going to be that far left. They have time and the opportunity to try some things and give away a game or 2.
That's a great point right there in regards to you know, potentially trying some things, and you know, even sliding into the cap. Like I feel, you know, and I feel like, you know, those on PBA Tour, that's something that they're used to doing, and so they probably all feel pretty good. But every center's different, and so the possibility of having a little extra dust, in that area or something like that, which that brings up a very good point. So we got you on this broadcast, or not? Getting close to being off. You keep talking about these Vikings.
Hey, y'all beat us the first time we played this year. Don't worry.
We are now into Game 6, and we've been talking about Zach Tackett. We talked about Verity Crawley. A few of our folks in the chat have been following Verity's progress throughout the day, and she is now on 23 and 24, along with Alex Martin and Matt Kuba. And we started talking about that group because they opened Game 1 with lots of strikes back on they were on 27 and 28 at that time. So here is Verity Crawley. You can see her here on the right lane. That was like 7 to 03-ish, give or take, with urethane.
That's awesome. One of the first questions I asked when I was out on tour with you all in the PWBA is, why don't I see any urethane out here at all? And the answer that I got, the answers wrapped up in one neat package was, well, they don't really need it. The patterns don't lend themselves, and not enough players are doing it to warrant the rest of them doing it, if that makes sense.
Sure.
And so when I was watching Verity practice today and she was throwing urethane, I thought, and again, I maybe I wasn't giving her enough credit. I probably wasn't. I was like, oh, man, I really hope she's not doing that just because, a lot of guys out here doing that's what they do. But it just goes to show how talented the players are on our PWBA tour. If anyone ever questions that, she hasn't thrown urethane at least in the last month and a half on tour, and she's out here in the top 10 in this PTQ throwing it.
And there aren't many players on the PWBA tour who do, as you mentioned. But Verity is maybe one of a couple who will go to it if they feel like it might work for them. And I would say she would probably be kind of the leading cat in that category of the first to throw urethane.
Okay.
If they feel that they need.
And it probably doesn't hurt the fact that she is a collegiate coach, and a lot of players in college go to urethane now. So she sees it a lot more being a coach and being out there on the weekends when the tour is off, as opposed to maybe some of the other players who aren't in the college world or aren't in a bowling center every weekend or every other weekend like she is with coaching.
Yeah, she talked about just very early when I spoke with her. Team already bowled 2 events. She's assistant at Savannah College of Art and Design. And so they bowled 2 tournaments already. And the way their schedule worked this year, there was a couple of free weekends, like this week, for example, where she could actually go out and bowl an event or 2. I think she bowled a regional recently as well, if I'm not mistaken. So she is out and competing. Matt Kuba, one of the young players on tour, starting to make some things happen. Yes, Charles. You're right. I should have clarified that urethane statement on the PWBA tour, because you would be correct. Shannon Puhalski would be first to go to it. I was mainly speaking from a right-handed perspective, but you are correct, Charles. Question in the chat from Brandon. Zach and EJ are brothers. For those who may not know that, here in our Bowl TV audience, I'm sure those, of course, watching on Flow, they see Zach quite often, as well as EJ. So, but yes, they are indeed brothers. Let's get to Matt Kuba. I know he's really starting to make those strides both on tour. They shot 300 at the Open Championships last year. Yeah. We want to thank everyone for tuning in. Of course not, Charles. Come on, my man. Shannon is who I would identify with urethane, so it's just easy for me to say, well, who doesn't throw urethane? And the majority, obviously, of players don't. If we see someone like who is not Shannon Kulhowski throw it, it's generally someone like there. Phil Brilo checking in. Phil, I hope you're enjoying your week off. I know you'd probably rather be here. But be sure to do something fun for us. But live from Victory Lanes here, Mooresville, North Carolina. I believe it's my first time in the Charlotte area. I can't tell you how many times I've been to the Charlotte airport and have never left the building
Yes.
until this week.
This is a wonderful area of the country. Great weather, beautiful landscapes, very green, very lush. Lots of race cars. It's just wonderful.
Nice kick of the 7 for Andrew Kane, former USBC president. And for those of you who will get a chance to get to know us a lot better this week, just throughout the day, you know that now Daniel loves the Minnesota Vikings. If you were listening to what he just said, that last part about racing, so Daniel is a racing fan, loves NASCAR, and really any form of racing. Would that be fair to say?
Very fair to say, yes.
All right, VC on 3 in a row. We had a brief conversation about my young son, who is pushing 11 weeks at this point. So just a few things about us, and we like to go, as we call it, 95-5. This is what I call it. 95% bowling, what's happening on the lanes. 5% of what may come up during any given squad, any given day.
And to touch on that a little bit, unless you are a racing fan, you would not know that Mooresville, North Carolina is home to 95% of the race teams.
Really?
Yes.
See, I didn't know that.
Mooresville, of course, the Charlotte Motor Speedway is in Concord, which is just east of where we are. So yeah, but people talk about Charlotte being the home of NASCAR. Actually, Mooresville is where a lot of race teams are. The North Carolina Auto Racing Hall of Fame is like 5 minutes away from where we're at right here at Victory Lanes. The NASCAR Hall of Fame is downtown Charlotte. Yeah, this is the home of NASCAR, so to speak. And not to fast forward too much, but after this U.S. Open, you and I are both headed to Atlanta for a Tier 1 college tournament, and I'm going to be making the drive on Halloween from here to Atlanta. And before I leave town, I'm going to stop off and see some race shops and hit up the Hall of Fame and then head down to the ATL.
That's about the only day you can actually plan.
I know.
My man Phil is correct. There is a, you do have to pace yourself. It is a long week. We all know that. Hydration is key. Well, one key. Snacking is, I think, the other.
I haven't snacked yet today.
It's okay. You'll have some chances.
I really want some chili cheese dogs. They've got Nathan's hot dogs here, and with optional chili and cheese, and onions and mushrooms and jalapenos if you so choose. But I just go for chili and cheese. I had those for lunch yesterday, and they were really good.
Daniel mentioned next week we will
nice
be.
sorry about that.
Oh, you're good.
Great conversion. 3, 4,
about
6,
that?
7, 10 from Verity. Lost count on the first shot, but didn't lose count on the spare attempt. As you were.
No, that was way more important than. Well, it was just outside of the level of importance. But you did mention we will be streaming collegiate events and the ATL next weekend. And so for the full schedule of Bowl TV events on the USBC collegiate side as well as the NCAA side, be sure to visit bowl.com/collegiate. You can also see the live stream calendar on bowltv.com as well. So the 1920 live stream schedule, it is available. Don't miss a minute of your favorite teams and student athletes as they make their run towards the Helmer Cup. And for those NCAA squads or events, we will see the NCAA Women's Bowling Championship as well. So that's right here on bowltv.com. Bowling lives here. Again, Game 6 of 8 here at the PTQ. Emil Williams Jr. along with Daniel Farish. Victory Lanes, Mooresville, North Carolina. Aaron Smith, Matt Cannizzaro, Jason Thomas, the whole gang all here with us this week. Shout out to Greg Moore, the USBC, as well as Kirk Von Kruger, PBA. The entire staff here so far at Victory Lanes. And a near miss there from Andrew Kane. Daniel talked about the some of the cuisine he's already had. So early shout out, nice shot from Zach Tackett. Early shout out to the Finish Line restaurant just down the way, because we will have several meals at that facility just on the low end of this building. And already they've been fantastic. We had some food, as he mentioned yesterday. I had a very nice turkey BLT, which was
It's a monster.
very good.
Yeah.
A good shot there from Christopher Miller in the 5th frame. Interesting pacing now. Look to our right, and there's a few pairs who are in the 2nd frame.
Well, earlier while you were you had stepped away, we had that breakdown on lane 23 at the end of game 1. That was about a 10 to 15 minute wait, and then early game 2, it was maybe another 5 to 10 minute wait. So that pair got about, I'd say, 20 minutes behind the field, and as they were in the 3rd frame of their 2nd game, everyone around them was in the 8th or 9th frame. So that may have matriculated its way down to a couple of other pairs, explaining why we have, the people in front of us in the 6th, 7th, even some pairs to our left in the 7th and 8th. And then to our right, there's 2 pairs that are just entering the 3rd frame. New leader after 5 games, Charles Bostic at plus 107 has passed Gary Faulkner. Faulkner down to second at plus 96. Earhart third at plus 84. Verity Crawley and Matt Taylor tied for fourth at plus 66. Kim Bowlby at plus 64. David Kroll at 41. Jim Price 39. Jake Rollins 28. And Curtis Stidd rounds out the top 10 at plus 25. Other names of note moving down: Matt Ogle, Dallas Leon, Greg Young, 11th, 12th, and 13th. The principals in 14th. Packy Hanrahan, 17th.
What's his real name?
Justin O'Shaughnessy.
Just so the folks know what we're talking
Justin
about.
O'Shaughnessy, the principal in 14th. Nathan Bohr, Michael Holloman, 19th and 20th. Mike Wolf, 22nd. Andrew Kane, right in front of us in 24th. Mike Machuga, 26th. The 2019 U17 Girls Junior Gold Champion Caroline Thazier from right here in Mooresville, North Carolina. This is her home house. She is in 29th position. Brian Robinson, 33rd. Zach Doty, 36th. Zach Tackett was outside the cut going into Game 5. Jumped up to 36th position after a nice 2:35 in that 5th game. Tim Pfeiffer, 44th. Gene Perez, also 44th. Matt Kuba, 46th. Andres Gomez, 49th. And your cut, 5 games down, 3 to go. Minus 104, a 179.2 average, and that is Chris Glaz out of Davie, Florida. So the cut continues to go up as far as the average is concerned.
So excellent shot from Matt Kuba there, and we talked about players migrating left, and again for many comfort zone area, I'm sure.
I wonder, as the block continues and we get into the last 10 to 15 frames, last game and a half, if we won't see any players try and move a little further right, kind of like Verity is, and try some urethane out there, not to see what it'll do on this pattern, but lane surfaces are different, topography's different, just see what the what the ball might do on this lane surface in this house. Certainly is giving her a motion that is worth sticking out there with, as she's inside the top 10. Inside the top 5, tied for 4th, in fact, after 5 games today. And certainly this game will do nothing to harm that standing, only improve it. Great shot there by Zach, halfway through the block, had his back against the wall, was 1 spot outside of the cut. Shot 235 the last game. He could max this game as well at 235. With 2 frames left to go.
Of course, Don Barrett is the defending champion at the U.S. Open. Aaron and I were in Wichita as we watched Zach Tackett. That one had to lay off. It did not. Aaron and I were in Wichita this past weekend for the Mid-States Championships. It's a Tier 1 event on the collegiate side of things. And at North Rock Lanes, which is where this event was held last year, there sat an autographed bowling ball, of course, from last year's event, signed by Dom. And said, well, that's it was fitting, because obviously our next event was this, and here we are.
More evidence of pins bouncing here at Victory Lanes as Chris sends one about 10 feet out of the pin deck on lane 26, shooting that 10 pin. Matt Kuba has not missed since he has moved in front of the ball return, at least the last 5 shots that I have seen. And to kind of touch on what we were talking about earlier about players, moving in front of the ball return and 3-stepping, as you said, a lot of the guys on tour are used to doing that. They're comfortable with it. But as we go house to house, you said they might give it a shot today, or at least later in the practice sessions tomorrow, not only to test, their slide, how much that area of the approach in this house might slide, but ball returns are placed differently in houses. You've got more or less room between the ball return and the cap. So your timing, your footsteps, the distance might have to be a little different house to house. So a lot of things these players can learn. The players that are well inside the cut. With a game and a half, 2 games to go as we wrap up game 6 here in our featured pair and throughout the house for the most part. A great shot there in the first shot in the 10th from Verity, puts her in the 240 range. 2 shots left, she can get to 254 this game.
She'll take it. That one maybe was a board right or so at the break point down lane. And she's going to be in the 250s. .254 officially for Verity Crawley. Back 6, now Matt Kuba. And then made it to the round of 16 at the Scorpion Championship. at the World Series of Bowling 10 this year in Detroit. Talked about the collegiate bowling, obviously that level, and how that prepares athletes. Certainly, obviously we see it a lot on the PWBA tour because we see that tour the most. But even watching players like Mac Huba, Michael Davidson, for example, two players who went to Calumet College of St. Joseph, and remembering them from their time collegiately and watching them continue to grow as professionals. Certainly pretty impressive. Kuba from my neck of the woods. He's from Chicago Ridge. This is a southwest suburb of Chicago. Near Oak Lawn and that area, south side. Nice game.
Andrew Kane with the cross and carry there in the 10th, already in the 190s if he'd marked down. That strike puts him in the 2-0 range with decent count in the 11th. It's 3 shots in a row on that lane that he either hasn't projected the ball far enough left, or the ball's picked up in the heads and straightened itself out before it got to its intended break point. But last 3 shots on 25 have all been high. That one just about runaway Brooklyn, or high flush Brooklyn. Was able to trip out the 4. You can't give him back, but you'll take him. That shot looked better off his hand, gets it to its intended break point, leaves a flat 7. For Andrew, as you saw him throw something different on that fill, and at that time that pin not important. Most importantly, giving a piece of or a different look at a piece of equipment. Yeah, Andrew 24th coming into this game, minus 32, about 70 up on the cut, so well within the ability to give away a pin there. That's not going to hurt him in the long run.
Miller will have one more shot, and game 6 here on the featured pairs will be complete. Again, 6 channels here on Bowl TV and simulcasting through to Flow Bowling this week. The live finals of the U.S. Open will be on CBS Sports Network on October 30th. It will take place at 8 p.m. Eastern. And then it'll be a pretty late evening, late finish. But you love prime time for the television perspective.
That's what you want. I mean,
Absolutely. You almost wouldn't want it any other way. You can't get better than 8 p.m. Eastern. Everyone's still up, dinner time. Everybody's got the TV out, crowd gets done at 10 p.m. Eastern. Sleep.
a reasonable bedtime for
good.
most Americans.
Absolutely. We'll get on up. I know I will. You just talked about what you'll be doing
Yeah.
that day, which is Halloween. So,
Do me a favor.
what's up?
Fill the viewers in on your travel schedule this 2.5 week stretch.
2.5 weeks.
My goodness.
Well, you just gave it away. I had, let's see. Well, collegiate season started. What day is this? 23rd?
23rd.
The 5th and 6th, I think it was, in Milwaukee. Although for me that was a pretty close event. I drove from Chicago there, so not too crazy. The weekend off, and then last week, as I mentioned, we were in Wichita, Aaron and I. And then short turnaround, basically flew back home Monday morning. Aaron drove home Sunday night from Wichita. He drove to DFW. He wanted to make sure he was back because he had a flight Monday night to come to North Carolina, to come to Charlotte. I flew back to Chicago Monday morning, and essentially to prepare for the Tuesday morning flight, which took place yesterday, to get here. And then I will be with you in Atlanta. So on Halloween, I'll be up Monday morning, or I'm sorry, Thursday morning, bright and early. I'm going to hit the first thing out of here to Chicago. My son actually has a doctor's appointment. I shot early there for Mr. Perez, and we'll talk about this lineup of players we have here for Game 7. So my son has a doctor's appointment within a couple of hours of me landing. So we'll do that, and then I think we're going to try to sneak in the pumpkin carve.
Okay.
Then he's going to be Peter Pan, I believe, from a homemade costume, if you will.
I like that.
We didn't make it, but someone in the family did. And then I will enjoy his first Halloween. And then I might actually give kids candy this time because now I have a kid.
Just changes your outlook on
Just
things,
joking.
doesn't it?
Just joking. And then the next morning I'll be flying to Atlanta.
Yeah. Man. That's a rough schedule.
So we but hey, this is what I do. It's what we do. My rough stretch is here. Aaron, I think, well, he's part of he won't be going to Atlanta, so he'll get a chance to have a few days off. But his Christmas time will kind of be that rough stretch for him. We all have one, and plus, we'll be here for a week, so it's and this event alone will, if you let it, it'll get you down from a physical perspective.
Oh yeah. We've got 8 players in front of us who hope to be here competing for the entirety of this week. On 23 and 24, Isaac Sonnenschein from Delray Beach, Florida. Matt Taylor, nearby Raleigh, North Carolina. Curtis Stidd, we've said his name more than a few times. From Monroe, North Carolina. Curtis inside the top 10 in the standings after 5 games. And Gene Perez, Puerto Rico by way of Indianapolis. And then 25 and 26, Leon Platt from Somerville, South Carolina. Kim Bowlby out of Sweden. Caroline Thazier from right here in Mooresville, our 2019 U17 Girls Junior Gold Champion. And David Kroll from Nixa, Missouri.
North Carolina, after going to Raleigh, that was my second time we went for the Players Championship. The previous time I'd been was to kind of check out the center on a site visit. And from a sports perspective, it's definitely a place that I'd like to get back to because, Duke, North Carolina, NC State are all in that area. And so, especially as a basketball fan, I've got to get back and at some point check all three essential universities out. And even here, I think this is a great sports city. In fact, the NBA season kicks off tonight.
Tonight, yes.
It actually kicked off last night officially, but the Hornets, and I was kind of basing on what might happen today and how much time I might have. But the Hornets are hosting the Chicago Bulls tonight.
How are we not going?
Well, as I said,
dude,
I'm basing it on what happens here, how much time we have, and what else we might have to do. But a goal of mine is to get to that game tonight. All I need to do is just be in the building. I don't got to sit courtside tonight.
get in price right now, $10.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of unfortunate.
Tip off at 7 p.m.
Because I know Charlotte had the team, and they lost Kimba.
They did.
So my guy's the owner there. So come on, Mike. Get these good people of Charlotte a winner here.
I mean, we're going, dude. I mean, come on. No, that'd be fun. I haven't been to an NBA game since I watched San Antonio play in Indianapolis a couple years ago.
Had a good question in the chat, and it was answered by Aaron Smith. So thanks, Aaron. In regards to tickets still available from Terry, Phil jumped in there as well. Go victorylanes.com and check out the website. Tickets available, if they are still available. That is where they would be purchased. Or, of course, you can give the bowling center a phone call.
One thing bowling against and with Gene. Like I said, he's from Puerto Rico, but resides in the Indianapolis area. He and his wife and his son. And from bowling a trios event with him last New Year's to bowling against him in many tournaments in the area, he can. I mean, you don't usually use this word with urethane. He can hook urethane and get it to hit better than. No one can do it better than him. Let's put it that way. He can shape it more and still get it to hit with a level of authority that most people can't get a urethane ball to hit when they're hooking at that many boards.
Does it hook more than Jesper, per se?
Cover more boards, maybe not, but hits when he covers that much area, it appears to hit harder.
Word.
Jesper just has the ball speed and the rev rate, especially his ball speed, to keep it straighter through the fronts than a lot of guys with a rev rate that high. So the ball's not giving up as much energy when he's going north to south with it as other players might. So when Jesper's ball gets there, man.
I look forward to seeing him in person. I've seen Jesper bowl before in person, but
I haven't, now that I think about it.
I just look forward to seeing him in person in this environment. I did watch a lot of great players at the Masters this year, the last couple of years actually, which is really the only two times I may see kind of the best on the PBA Tour, the Masters, and before that it was really just the Masters. I did make an appearance at the World Series a couple years back, certainly not to bowl, but I was covering Liz Johnson and her run to the Chameleon Championship in 2017. want to thank our viewers of both platforms. Thank you very much. Appreciate you tuning in, and we're obviously just getting started. Those of you who may have noticed some every now and then odd tweaks on the feed, we're going to double check and make sure all is well. Obviously today was, you know, we test all the time, but rarely do you get an event that you know, you can put things in motion, go through, do what we need to do, and if something were to be awry, we have an actual chance to fix it before the rest of the event begins. So we have that ability, and we'll check some settings and make sure all is well throughout, so everyone's viewing experience can be the most enjoyable as possible.
Yeah, from a technical side of it, as far as the PTQ goes, this is a great opportunity, like I said, for us to test. And of course, no disrespect to any of the players in this field, but we would rather something go wrong today and be able to fix it before we hit the main event starting on Friday.
Look forward to seeing what Caroline will continue to do as her game and young career continues to develop and ultimately blossom. Shot to 7. Shot there from Volby. Talking about Bowl TV a little bit. If you are new to Bowl TV, we certainly thank you. I mentioned earlier in this broadcast that we do often have giveaways, the giveaway cannon as we like to call it. Will be up and running beginning on Friday when main competition begins with qualifying. So at some point during the day, not sure the frequency. I don't know if it'll be every squad. It certainly could be, but beginning on Friday, we will be giving away random items, whatever they may be. We'll tell you what those are certainly on Friday. So be on the lookout for that. Of course, if you are new to Bowl TV, you should be looking out for that as well. And also some of the other items in regards to channels and content on Bowl TV. One of those is the Vault. USBC unlocking their treasure chest of newly digitized historical telecasts, including PWBA Team USA World Teams Challenge Classics. We might even have a few Masters Classics in there as well. Of course, all of that right now inside the Vault. Latest release is the 1991 U.S. Amateur Finals featuring future Hall of Famers Linda Barnes and Lucy Sandelin. And of course, if you would like to, for some strange reason, go and watch the 2005 Intercollegiate Team Championships,
Oh,
that too is available inside the Vault, and that is where you would find me
Look at this guy.
throwing a couple of strikes on TV to help win a national title. It's all in the Vault, ladies and gentlemen, and you can watch it live, or not live, but you can watch it inside the Vault on Bowl TV.
Shameless plug.
Yeah. Hey, if you're going to the Vault, you might as well. Might as well give it a try, right?
Well, I mean, I will say one thing. You know one thing you can't find in the Vault? Any shots of me.
That's true.
I didn't make it that big.
Well, we'll. That means that you just got to win something now, in the now. So, and we can go through a few decades, so it can become Vault material, if you will.
But as a USBC employee, I can't bowl our events.
Well, I mean,
which is fine because
it's totally up to you. I mean, like,
I make more money doing a job, not doing
no one's
the
telling you
balls.
that you got to do this. I mean, You know what I'm saying?
Justin, this is
You
a
got
lot.
choices.
This is a lot less stressful.
You got choices, man.
A lot less
You
stressful.
know what E40 said? Choices. The funny thing is that I was just having this conversation with someone about, honestly, the number of years that have passed at this point, and it'll be 15 once 2020
Yes, it will.
turns. And I'm like, man, should we be having like
You should.
some kind of like reunion?
Absolutely.
Which actually is a very good idea. We should do that anyway. But like, wow, that's pretty cool. Greek church there for Isaac. That looked like a really good shot. We've seen players kind of get deeper, actually play a touch deeper on 23 and 24 specifically. So it could be a combination. Hey, Isaac maybe is not as far left as some others, or maybe that was just a touch slow. Zone and shine. Good shot there from Ben Crines over to our left. Daryl, that's a good idea. I would have no quarrels with that. The only thing I can really say is that I would say the championship rings in this generation are a bit more blingier than the OGs. But the banner is still up in St. Charles Lane, so.
As it should be.
There's Matt Taylor. I'm assuming, going back to our conversation earlier about was it Ethan?
Ethan McDonald?
Yeah. Someone in the chat mentioned they said go Matt and Ethan, and I looked at where Matt was from, and he is from Raleigh, I believe. So I'm assuming that she was referring to this Matt.
Yeah, the only other two Matts in the field, Kuba from your area of the world in Illinois, and Ogle from my area of the world in Louisville. So I think that would be a safe assumption to make.
That one red just a touch early and just clips the 3-pin. So open frame there for Taylor in the 5th. Stasia set to step up here in frame number 7. She is clean through 6. Kroll looking to take care of the business on the 6-pin. Zone and shine, left lane. That would look like he kind of skidded when he got down lane.
You got it outside there. There is an out of bounds. Despite, we've seen, players attempting to play further right, like outside of first arrow. If you're more direct, you can find some hook and some motion out there. But if you're going east to west and you get it out there, just wave goodbye. It's gone.
It's Curtis Stead. I'm trying to remember Mr. Stead's first name. So I scroll up the chat here. But I know he had been following his son throughout. Oh, I knew. Okay, that makes more sense. Thanks for that information, Monique. I was looking at him like, man, he looks familiar. I feel like I just saw him. And I did. I saw him twice.
At Buffalo.
Once on the site visit, and then we were there for the week. Thanks, Michael. Appreciate that, my man. Curtis still looking good, holding his own here. Where were we with standings?
We're still waiting on Game 6.
Game 6. What was Game 5's cut?
Cut
score?
after Game 5 was a 179 average, which was minus 104.
Okay. Shot there from Taylor. Oh.
I thought that ball for Kim was going to peel a little more than that.
I thought so too, and obviously not sure what he was thinking, but as soon as he let it go, he gave us an emotion that it was going to do something other than what he would have preferred it to do. Kroll. That one through the nose. .369. Instead, able to get the 7 to fall, 8 to 4 to crumble. Saw Kim yesterday coming in a little bit early and throwing the ball a little bit prior to PTQ competition today. So we're just about through 7 games here, Daniel. And you know, we can't even really take what we've seen today and quote unquote apply it to what we'll see on Friday because the patterns will be different.
Correct.
But as an astute player, certainly of your caliber at this point, anything that kind of stands out from a surface perspective, I'm talking about lane surface. Like, 'cause sometimes, you know, depending on where you are, what surface you're bowling on, things can be a little bit different, tricky, whatever. But anything from, you know, the first 20 feet, heads look like they're, I don't think they are gone by any stretch, but obviously players have moved left, so to continue to find order.
They have. I don't know if it's so much the heads that are going away. Like you said, they look like they're holding up pretty well. Probably just the track area that's going away. We saw a lot of surface on bowling balls earlier, but players that went to smoother and maybe even some polished bowling balls at this point. But the lane surface doesn't appear to be doing anything out of the ordinary for what I would expect.
I would say, now obviously these players, those who will advance, will have their practice sessions to go through tomorrow as well. But perhaps, you know, a few additional notes for these players before even their practice session to kind of maybe keep in their notepads, their journals, their planners, whatever they use to keep notes, mental notes, etc. And how various pairs played for them in competition, as opposed to a practice session, which might be, you know, it doesn't, you're not getting the same thing.
Not even close.
Right.
Yeah, you are correct. They'll make notes that the low end of the house played this way, the high end played that way. Okay, when I was on 23 and 24, you know, 23 was 4 boards drier than 24. Or when I, you know, in my 8-game stretch, each pair transitioned normally except for game 6, and that pair was 5 boards tighter than every other pair. You know, so they'll make notes like that, and it's amazing when I was talking to Shannon O'Keefe, Liz Johnson, a couple of the players at the Tour Championship, the PWBA Tour Championship in Richmond, how those notes that they make in their books for these houses that they've been going to for 10, 15, 20 years, how the notes they made, let's say, 15 years ago are still true to this day. that, okay, I know that I hit this pair in this house. I don't care what the pattern is. The left lane's going to play 5 boards drier than the right lane. Or I know that when I hit that pair, it's going to be tighter down lane than any other pair that I see. And it's amazing how those characteristics stay true even after a decade and a half, 2 decades. For those of you that are watching and joining us, you have not missed out on any scores. They have not been updated here in the house on the scroll, on the drop-down monitors above the lanes, so they are not up online after Game 6 yet either. So you're not missing out on anything. And Kim Bowlby is missing a head pin on lane 25. I'm sure. Has not noticed it yet. Matt O'Grady standing behind us. Kim came back and kind of looked at Matt and said something about, did you see that? And Matt goes, you were missing a head pin. You didn't notice? Emil has stepped away to go clarify what to do, but Kim walked back and he was talking to me. He said, He said, did I do the right thing? He goes, I went ahead and shot the spare, just to fill the frame. And I was like, Kim, I'm not sure. I can't say that I've perused over a PVA rulebook recently, so Emil's went to find out, but Kim made the comment. He said, I'm a lot plus, so I wasn't paying attention to it. I said, yeah, I said in the grand scheme of things for your score, it wouldn't matter. He said, yeah, I guess I'll pay a little bit more attention next time. Well, Phil, much more well-versed than I am. She says, should be a dead ball. So Emil getting clarification on what the USBC rule is on that. As Phil said, should be a dead ball. We'll see what to do about it moving forward. But in my live stream career, that's a first for me. My short live stream career, that's a first for me. David Kroll going to be in the two teens this game. Matt Taylor with a chance at 2-0. Gene Perez finishes up a 171. That'll wrap up Game 7. And we will prepare for Game 8, the 8th and final game of the PTQ for this year's 2019 U.S. Open here from Victory Lanes in Mooresville, North Carolina. We'll be right back.
All right, game 8 officially now underway. Maria Jose Rodriguez, Vincent Mono, William Hibbert, and Justin Tuttle. Joining us momentarily on 23 and 24. We'll have Michael Holloman. Someone actually asked about him in the chat, so they'll get a chance to see him. Josh Lewis, Nathan Ruiz Lehoy. I know that's not how you say that. It's similar to Levois, but there's no V, like Francois. Now I'm very curious. And Maverick Makovic. We've got a few pairs, actually several. We had commented early on in Game 7 that there were a few pairs to our right who were in about frame 2 or 3, and featured pairs were in like frame 5 or 6 at that time, and so there are several still finishing things up. So somewhere along the way, there was some sort of delay, whether it was a pair or two being the culprits. Trying to recall where I have seen Billy Hibbert from. I've got to say collegiately. Maybe Whitewater? St. Ambrose. Thanks, Phil and Nicole, in the chat.
Now, as we are now entering Game 8, we do have some numbers after Game 6. Verity's 254 propelled her up into the lead at plus 120. Faulkner, Bowlby, Bostic, and Rollins, your top 5. Earhart, Matt Taylor, David Kroll, Nathan Roos-LaJoy, and Jim Price round out your top 10. The cut after 6, as we just wrapped up Game 7 and are starting Game 8, the cut after 6 was Chris Glass at minus 117, a 180.5 average. So the trend continues. The cut, as far as the average number is concerned, is still going up.
Good stats update. Thank you, Daniel. Maria sporting one of the gifts the players received at this year's PWBA Tour Championship. The respective rally stripe jersey with the Tour Championship color scheme. 2018 champion and recently married to Nathan Bohr. I believe 2 weeks ago at this point now. Yeah, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, US Open. We will be streaming live throughout the week. On Bowl TV and simulcasting to Flow Bowling. So you can watch all week long. We talked about Don Barrett being the defending champion, and his road to the title certainly was an intriguing one, interesting one, especially on television. Throwing, I believe, 4 different bowling balls. And wow, I mean, somehow navigating the step ladder. So you don't want to miss anything this week. Again, we've got every round and every game of 2019 edition of this great event. And then the live televised finals will be on CBS Sports Network on October 30th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Squad times throughout the week are 8, 1, and 6 during qualifying, 8 a.m., 1 p.m., and 6 p.m. Again, all those times are Eastern. And we're on the Eastern time zone this week. So how about that? It's very possible that 25 and 26 may be done with bowling by the time our competitors on 23 and 24 make their way on over.
So we've seen a few players who are already in the main event, rotating in and out of the house throughout the day. I know earlier in the day, like I said, I saw Jacob Butcheriff around game 1. I haven't seen him recently, but I do see some guys back here. Matt O'Grady, Chris Prather was here earlier. So if you were in the main event already, I guess if you had friends here, you'd come up and watch. But outside of friendships, would you come up and do any scouting or watching of the PTQ?
I think I would, to an extent, because I think it just goes back to that combo we were talking about from a note perspective. It may be something that they can pick up on from the respective pairs that they'll be watching, and maybe keep a couple mental notes. They obviously know that the patterns will be different than what they're watching right now, so they probably throw that part out, but some of the characteristics of what they'll see pair to pair may be the same as they move on in the event, or even start the event for that matter. So I think I would do it. I don't know how long I'd stay, but probably stay the whole time if I had friends competing. I'm sure many of those players will be competing or bowling the Pro-Ams this afternoon into this evening as well. And so that is certainly would be one reason why they would be making their way here now. Lazoué from Canada, Michael Holloman. Speaking of the Masters, Holloman had outside of winning, of course, it was a fantastic week for him. I did get a chance to see that full week's event and watched him compete. And he and Jacob Buttriff certainly were great throughout the week. They were great on the show, and of course Jacob finally came through with his first major title. Shot there from Nathan.
Well,
I think you saw Holloman. Did he do some things at the OC or at the Bowler's Journal?
A month after finishing second to Jacob Buttriff, Holloman paired with Justin Neiman to shoot 14.92 at the Bowler's Journal to win the Open Doubles event. Holloman shot 758 and Neiman shot 734.
First of all, it's a fantastic name. That shot was even better. Well, I know for me so far, I think at this point and again, just kind of keeping things in perspective, watching this PTQ and knowing the lane conditions will change and be different day to day. But I think I just learned maybe a little bit of what we might expect to see in regards to how players may elect to play the lanes. I'm used to seeing less players get to fourth arrow quickly.
Right.
That'll be a bit different this week because that will happen, I think, much quicker. Unless, of course, the pattern dictates that that's just not what should happen.
Well, I know that myself personally, at this event, I want to see these players challenged in every single way possible. I want I want the short pattern to be so weird that they can't get the urethane balls down the lane, and for some reason their resin balls slide too much. I want the long pattern to be a dead flood, except when they think they pure it, and then it'll hook and go to the face. And I want the medium pattern, or whatever type of patterns they have, I want that medium pattern to be as flat as the floor is long, and just challenge them in every way possible. I want spare balls at 10 pins to hook, and I want spare balls at 7 pins to back up.
That is the ultimate, if you will, right there. I guess it could be worse. You could even make it worse than that if you really wanted to. No, but I mean, you're right. This is the challenge. The players obviously know it's going to be challenged. They expect the challenge. I think many of obviously the players have an idea, not necessarily of what the patterns are going to be.
Ooh.
Yeah, message.
All right, total.
But maybe having an understanding of, hey, Nick's designing these patterns, so we know we're going to be in for, perhaps some tough goals on certain things. I think, some players will enjoy probably or favor a pattern or two more than the third or the fourth. I think we were having a brief combo last night about, once we get to, match play, that pattern remains the same throughout. And so it's advantageous, it could be, for those players who do advance to match play, and you get a few games under your belt. You know what you got in round one. It'll be the first time you see it outside of practice for a match play, and then 2 and 3, you go, well, okay, if I need to tweak something, here's what I can try.
Well, and the minute that you try and, we say it's the same pattern for all 3 8-game blocks of match play, for those 24 games of match play, and it is the same pattern put down on the lane, but that is where the similarities end. Mm-hmm. Because the minute that one player says, you know what, I want to tweak something for the second round of match play, they aren't the only player, so it's not like all other 23 are going to play the lanes the exact same, and that one tweak that one player made is going to 100% work because everything else stayed the same. Everyone's going to be tweaking and trying things and drilling balls and changing surfaces and trying different parts of the lane. So that tweak you think you need to make might not even be the right one. So while, yes, it is the same pattern for all 3 rounds of match play and for the TV show, it's going to get broken down differently. It's going to transition differently. So in reality, it's going to be a different pattern.
No scores. Well, of course, no scores because we just had players finishing up Game 7. So that update should be happening relatively soon.
Jennifer, to your point in the chat, she said never bowl in a tournament hosted by Daniel. I just competed in a tournament. It's a tournament series we have back home, and it culminates similar to the PWBA in a season championship where the top 16 in points advance to the season championship. And the way this tournament works, the previous year's champion gets to pick the pattern for the next year. Well, I won this series last year, and so coming into this year, I asked our tournament director, I said, hey, can I make it a dual pattern tournament? And she said, well, yeah, I don't see why not. So we put the 2018 USBC Masters pattern from Syracuse out on one lane, and a version of the Bradley Open, which, as I mentioned earlier, is just a dead flood on the other lane. So we had players trying to kind of, fade the pocket on the long pattern, and then they were all over the place on the Masters pattern. And I had a few players throughout the course of the day let me know that they were unhappy with my choices. And one of my buddies sarcastically was clapping as I was defeated in the 3rd round. So, yeah, I'm going to make them tough. You're never going to, given the option, I'm not going to choose a string of strikes.
Again, 53 players will advance to join what right now sits as a field of 91. And those 91 individuals are direct entrants. You can see that list, by the way, on bowl.com/US Open. If you are curious to know what the categories are, for example. Lost my train of thought. I apologize. But some of the
Yeah, that's what you're going to
direct entry categories include last 10-year U.S. Open winners, for example, Masters winners of the last 3 years, PBA World Championship winners of the last 3 years, top 75 bowlers on the PBA money list, for example, and there are several others. So you can check those out if you are curious and want to know, if you don't already know who's directly in already. That is available bowl.com/UO, US Women's, or excuse me, US Open. I'm all over the place. If you go to bowl.com/US Open, you click on the information tab, and then under tournament information, qualifiers list is the first one. And then you can check out the roster, of course, underneath that. Everything else you need. There's a separate link for results, lane conditions, live stream links, and everything else. I'll give a shout out to John Lucido, who is the proprietor at Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska, and the next host of the 2020 U.S. Open. Which will take place this time in February 16th through the 23rd. And at this point, that is just right around the corner. Like literally right around the corner. That's going to be coming up really soon. So John is here helping out, working, and also, I'm sure, taking a few notes while Sun Valley going through an expansion. And so they will be adding lots of cool stuff. Of course, the core of what they do well, and that's, you know, from the lanes perspective, being great hosts, being great customer service regimen individuals won't be changing. They'll be adding to what is already a great facility in Lincoln. So we look forward to checking out the new digs in February.
We do have a scoring update after Game 7. Gary Faulkner jumps back into the lead, plus 142. Verity Crawley is in second at 94. Kim Bowlby in third. Stephen Earhart in fourth. And Charles Bostic in fifth. Matt Taylor, Nathan Roos-LaJoy, Michael Holloman, David Kroll, and Curtis Stidd round out your top 10. Other names of note inside the cut: Mike Wolf in 12th. Andrew Kane 14th. Greg Young in 19th. Matt Kuba 22nd, Matt Ogle 25th, Tim Pfeiffer 27th, Michael Coffey 28th, Mike Machuga 29th, Zach Tackett 30th. A lot of these names we've talked about are seen on our featured pairs today. Zach Doty 34th, Nathan Bohr 38th, Packy Hanrahan 40th. We'll jump down the cut. In 53rd place, minus 134, a 180.86 average, Tony Nicholson. Some other names of players we've talked about that we've seen on our featured pairs that are near the cut. Justin Tuttle, in fact, right here up on lane 26, looking at back-to-back opens. Best he can do is 167. Tuttle was minus 102, with the cut being 134. The first out of the cut is the number you're looking at, 136. So he was 34 pins ahead of 54th place. And the best he can do this game is a 167, so he will be sweating out the numbers. Jean Perez in 45th. Caroline Thazier in 46th. Nate Garcia has had a couple of good games to get inside the cut. He has been outside the cut most of the day. Carson Lindenberger, Ben Cranes, right here in Mooresville, 51st. Andres Gomez, tied for 51st as well. Vincent Bono chops the 610, shoots 167 this game. He was 12 pins out of the cut. So a chance stepping up the 10th right there to put his name in the hat, to make the main event, to make the big field, the U.S. Open field. But comes up one frame short, misses three spares that game. Justin Tuttle going to be in the 150s. Again, he was 34 pins ahead of the first out. Maria Jose Rodriguez, a clean 207 that game. She was at minus 166. She was 32 pins out. So she'll get to minus 159. If the cut moves the way it has been, she would be just outside of it. But as we've seen in we being you, me, and anyone watching, arm swings tend to get a little tight the last game of a qualifier. LaJoy with a little loft out there. Well, I heard it from a good friend and a former teammate of ours. He said it best. Brian Valenta said the ball can't hook if it's in the air.
Yeah, he was one that thoroughly enjoyed this event. He made some nice runs. I remember back in the mid 2000s, late 2000s. Because, I think A, he just loved the event, but B, because he was superb, and I really mean that, he was superb at lofting and being very accurate with his loft and laydowns and where he was trying to get to down lane. He had a lot of success.
Justin Wyman, we talked about Justin, helped us out a lot at the Tour Championship over in Richmond for the PWBA. He's been just outside the cut all day. He is 56th, 25 pins out. And right now, after just converting a 5-count washout, he can strike out from the 9th and 10th to shoot 223. He is over on lanes 27 and 28. So it'll be great to see a guy who did so much for us in Richmond at the PWBA Tour and make that set look more amazing than it already was. It'd be great on a personal level to see him finish out this game strong and get into the number. His shot in the 9th, good shot struck. Josh Lewis right here in front of us on 23 caves him in. Josh in 16th place out of Weaverville, North Carolina. Minus 15 coming in, so no concern from him about making the cut. Daryl, to your comment, I think one of my first visits to St. Louis, I was 11 or 12. We went to the Hall of Fame when it was there in downtown St. Louis, and I got to bowl on those lanes. And when I was there, there was no oil on them. So I know exactly what experience you're speaking of.
I didn't get to that to the Hall of Fame when it was in St. Louis. That's a shame on me. I can't say that I've seen it several times since. Because you could just walk down the stairs.
Well, and shame on me the 4 days that I was in Arlington a couple weeks ago for some office training. I didn't get down to the Hall of Fame. Holloman didn't like it off his hand, still carries the half pocket swisher. Well, as we start to wrap up, kind of head towards the end of this game and wrap up competition at the PTQ, at least here on our featured pairs today. What are you looking most forward to as we look? Oh, come on! As Josh almost converts a 4-6-10. What are you most looking forward to over the course of the next week here at the U.S. Open?
I think I am most looking forward to, and I say this a lot, but I really mean it. Because I don't get a chance to see the PBA's best, right, that often, I am looking forward to just seeing the best in the world be great, honestly, at what they do for a full week on what will be obviously very challenging and demanding conditions. The event itself provides all of that. So in that setting, when you put the best in the world in that setting and seeing what they do and how they potentially overcome is what I'm really most looking forward to. If I had to say anything else, it would be probably just the storylines that will develop. There's already a few in place. Obviously Don Barrett and the potential to repeat. There's a few big name players who have yet to win this event, like Jason Beaumonte, for example. So, the storylines that will that already exist, those that may be created, because there undoubtedly certainly will be some, and seeing how it all shakes out. If I had to say one more thing, now that I think about it, I am not acutely actually, that would be the opposite of what I'm trying to say. Deeply looking forward to seeing how the lanes are played on each pattern, and the adjustments that the second squads, the second and third squad may make based on the A squad or the first squad that will take the lanes every day. What could be different? What might be the same, if anything? And just how the players on this tour, tend to make adjustments in how they do things.
Going into a format like this, as a competitor, which squad would you rather be walking into a new pattern? The first, the second, or the third?
Well, that's a great question, but I think in this situation, you experience each one, all right? Because you're going to start one day, and you're going to be second one day, you're going to be third one day.
Right.
It's going to be, but they're going to be fresh each time as well. But to answer the question, I don't know. I mean, I think for me it would be more about which day do I have to bowl early, and I'm looking at it solely from how I operate physically.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do I get to bowl early the first day, which that means I'm on A squad. I'm like, oh, okay, I can kind of get that out of the way because I know I'm not a morning person. So if I'm going to bowl bad or struggle, I'd rather it be day one, as opposed to, I don't think I have a preference in regards to, because I know everyone's going to bowl on it at some point, and be in each position at some point. I'd much rather not bowl in the morning, later in the competition from a qualifying perspective.
Okay. All right.
How about yourself?
As far as strategically, lane play and information, I'd rather be. It's easier to bowl either the morning or the night, because the morning you have no information, and you just go out with no preconceived notions. And the night squad, you have as much information as you can possibly have, because there's been two groups on the lanes ahead of you. The afternoon squad, you have one group of information, but it's not a lot to go off of. So, as far as strategically, nights and mornings are better in my opinion. But going based on the schedule, and this is something I always did at Junior Gold, was I wanted to bowl morning the first day. I think it was A squad, so morning on day one, night on day two, and afternoon on day three. The reason being, because I knew going into the tournament I was going to make cut to Thursday, to that fourth day. So I wanted my third day. I didn't want to have to get up early and be awake all day before going into the semifinals, the cashers round, and I didn't want to have to bowl up until 11 o'clock or midnight the night before. I wanted that afternoon squad so I could get done with bowling around 5:30, 6 o'clock, go grab some dinner, maybe go back up to the bowl, watch a little bit of competition that night before, and get in bed at a decent time. So as far as the scheduling goes, and that's how I would pick a squad if I were to, it wouldn't be on strategy, it would be on scheduling. I want morning, night, afternoon. That way, the fourth day of the week, I'm 100% rested. I'm ready to go. My schedule's not off, and I'm in a normal pace.
I like that mode of thinking. Certainly to the specifics of not wanting certainly to be up, because it is a relatively short turnaround from that final qualifying squad to cash round the next morning and then match play that afternoon, or excuse me, that evening. The odd thing is that the tournament's really only 4 days.
If you don't make cut 3, I mean.
That's 5. It's a good 5. It's a hard 5 days. Well, how about a nice 260 to end the PTQ here? Oh, read it. Where was Nathan at in the standings?
He was top 10.
Oh, okay.
7th place.
Oh, okay. Well, he's done a lot of that. And I can see why. Looks pretty good and looks really comfortable. Shout out to KC, by the way, checking in. But a really good look at what Nathan is doing here and where he's at on the lanes, where he's standing. Because it's the last shot, I'm going to attempt to zoom in ever so slightly here. That was good stuff. Well, we will see Nathan and 52 other players when the main field of qualifying begins on Friday with A Squad at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Right here, of course, on Bowl TV and Flow Bowling this week as well, simulcasting to Flow. There are still a few pairs ongoing. In fact, one to our left, up, not anymore. Tim Pfeiffer strikes on the field to shoot 193. So we've got 2 pairs of lanes finishing things up in the 10th frame. But that'll do it for us here. So again, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Friday morning. That was indeed the case there. If you want to bowl the PTQ, yeah, you just got to shoot it on up, man. That's it. Jeff, thank you for tuning in, and everyone else for that matter. We appreciate you as always. Certainly hope you enjoyed it, as well as the great viewers over on Flow Bowling. We thank you very much. Again, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Friday. We are going to call it a day here for now. We've got several things to do. There will be a brief recap and a little bit about what happened today later on Bowl.com. Be sure to check Bowl.com this week, as well as PBA.com for all your news and notes. But Bowl.com, one of the best in the game, is here this week, Matt Cannizzaro. So you can expect to see some really great pieces on the written word on Bowl.com this week. I want to thank Daniel Farish. Great work as always. Gentleman, young man, what a scholar he is. Any last words?
No, I mean, everything I'm looking forward to is just kind of the same thing you told me you were looking forward to. I haven't had a chance to see these guys in this domain. I saw them at the Open Championships, but that was more of a relaxed setting for them compared to a U.S. Open.
Sure.
So I haven't seen the PBA Tour in person in a while, and I'm really looking forward to the next 6 days.
I'll do it. I want to thank Jason Thomas and, of course, our tournament staff here, Greg Moore, Chippa Key, Jason Milligan. The one item that we forgot to, or not necessarily forgot, but we didn't get into was the ball card, of course, selection. And players are limited in what they can compete with. And so those who now have advanced to the field will be taking a closer look at their arsenal if they need or want to drill balls. And that's something that they'll be looking forward to doing immediately. Ball cards must be turned in prior to, I believe, the first squad, the start of the first squad of competition. And so there'll be a long line of, not a long line, there'll be players waiting, I should say, to turn in those ball cards tomorrow. We'll see Jason Milligan. He'll be helping out with that. And everyone else here, Joy and Dan Hallbreaker, they were here yesterday as well. And everyone here at Victory Lanes, Paul and his staff and crew. For Aaron Smith, Daniel Farish, my name is Emil Williams Jr. We will see you on Friday morning, bright and early, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Bowl TV and Flow Bowling. This has been a presentation of the pre-tournament qualifier, the 2019 U.S. Open. You watched it live and you watched it only on Bowl TV. Good day, folks.